it.
What the fuck? So ARB still has to resolve on GME, even though they're doing the share offering. Fucking arbitrage is super blown out. So it may just run up to the like overnight highs anyway. Or just the same high. We'll see. If it gets a strong bounce, I might pick up some calls to scalp. Looks like SPX got a little bounce here. It's still under 53.50. NFP was quite hot. Let's see. Am I muted? Oh shit. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, so NFP was pretty hot this morning. Came in way above analyst estimates. Kind of back on track towards moving to all-time highs. I think so, like higher than Feb, but a little lower than March. About 100,000 more jobs than May or April, though. Hmm. So how much is Cohen selling? 75 million? Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, it's at 35, it's 2.6 billion. I don't think he's gonna get 35 as an average price of the offering. Depends on when they started it, but maybe. Probably closer to 27, unless they started it in the pre-market, which seems unlikely. What did Roaring Kitty tweet? Unemployment is just a survey. So the unemployment reports tend to be wildly inaccurate and not representative of actual unemployment. You can look at the components of it to see where unemployment increased and why, but it is just a survey, so it's not necessarily indicative of any actual change in unemployment, ironically. Like NFP data is it's solid payroll data, right? So it's far more accurate in telling you the strength of the labor market. Why markets only go up? It's a good question. Let's see if we can make it back to 5350. It looks like we're bouncing back to like retest the trend on ES, which isn't uncommon after such a sharp drop, but it could just be a bear rally, right? Like this could just reverse again, especially if we stay below 5350 or fail to fill the gap, which we're attempting to do right now. Jesus Christ, yield skyrocketed. Dollar back to 104.80. Yeah, so all the bad stuff I said could happen is happening. It's like the 5 years almost back to 5.4, 10 years at 4.4 after hitting 4.2 yesterday. So pretty much just a straight line up on all of those. We'll see how that affects dispersion. Carry trade's getting levered up hard, and we're getting more inversion in the 310. Probably gonna spike bond vol more. They're shorting volatility. Not that hard, actually. Ooh, rate cut projections dropped from 0.38 to 0.29 on Fed Fund futures. So basically everything we priced in for all the other slightly soft labor data is gone now. I don't know if that's going to tighten conditions enough, but it could. Alright. Oh, I'm out of my sold puts. On GME. Although, that's not as exciting as going to $100. They fucking did it again, man. You know what? I fucking hate Ryan Cohen. He's such a fucking chungus. He did it. He Juned us again. He June 2021 us again for the third time. He's a piece of shit. He just doesn't want DFV to be a billionaire too. What a baby. Petulant man-child. Exactly like I said he was. Fool me 3 times. Was June 2021 a rug pull on a Friday as well? No, I don't think so. It was like Thursday. Yeah, we got rugged on a Thursday. I mean, we got rugged on Friday too, but I think it was a Thursday. If I remember correctly, the shareholder meeting was 6/9, right? And that was Wednesday. Didn't you say people would hate it, but they should dilute? Yeah, but people will hate it. He could have waited too. I mean, I don't understand why he can't like hire someone to do analysis on the fucking options chain before he does a share offering. Like why can't he sell the fucking top? Even Adam Aaron sells the fucking top. Well, his own shares, not the offerings, but EPAM's looking doo-doo for a while now. Are you rolling your July positions, or am I late to that? I haven't rolled them yet, but I probably will. Yeah. Not that doo-doo. He 100% didn't like DFV becoming a billionaire, and the love he gets. Very jealous. That's what it looks like. This is a jealousy offering. Green with envy. Well, red. It's because of what Dr. Drake said last night. It's because DFV's made more money off GME than GME's made off GME. We don't even know what price RC got after they finalize the offering. Jeffries will like submit it, and they'll file a statement. So exciting! RC is gonna have $5 billion now to fucking not do anything with. I still think this is a power move by RC. DFV makes a certain amount on this run. He can take his ownership and weaponize it to force RC to do something with the company and not use it as his personal piggy bank. It's a power play. I just said that. I said you didn't want our DFV to become a billionaire. Imagine voting to give Ryan Cohen 1 billion shares to offer. I want to say I voted against that. I also voted against him being CEO. They're not going to buy their stock back. Why do people keep saying that? It's idiotic. Yeah, I'm going to watch the DFV stream today. If he still does it. Gort confirmed option shill RC hater. Yes. The buying the stock back with the money from the stock offering is the #1 thing on SS today. Copium. Hardcore copium. Nick James, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornishon, various people. Give Nick a shout out for hooking you up. Thoughts on the rip from Carvana today? Ooh. It's got a nice little bounce. They announced, they reaffirmed the Q2 outlook. Sequential increase in year-over-year growth. Yeah, I mean, they looked like they were gonna bounce, like yesterday and the day before. I think someone asked me about it. But obviously this is news based, so I think it's taking advantage both of like the weakening and the short position as puts were taking profit. That's why it's kind of running a little harder than it probably should be. It's okay. Financial conditions are tightening again, and Carvana's still gonna go out of business one day. Why? Because they own millions of cars that they overpaid for that are rapidly depreciating. It's good that they announced it today as used car prices fall. Oh, how much was it? 12.1% year over year. These dumb motherfucking bulls are gonna sell puts and short vol until they literally blow up. Yes. Seriously, fuck them. Fingers crossed for DFV exercising a ton of calls and sending GME to the actual moon. Love you, Paifu. I hope he just sold the fucking calls. Like, I hope that's why we're going down right now. I hope he just dumped him and got as much money as he feasibly could. We got any volume on that strike? It's pretty easy to tell, right? Only 1,200. Still in. Crazy son of a bitch. Could you explain why yields are up so much? If conditions are tightening, should people not be leaving equities and moving to bonds, pushing yields down? They should be, but dispersion's cranked up to the tits. So they can't really leave equities even if they wanted to, because they'd squeeze themselves. The live stream is when he will dump it. If he does, it's because it has to be publicly disseminated. So you can't be accused of doing a pump and dump. Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think RC should have to shove a banana up his ass for every share he offers. 75 million bananas. You think FSLR has a good entry today? I was thinking of entering this morning, but I was driving to work when it ripped. Interesting. Are we just gonna sit here all day at 53.50 so they can cash settle the sold puts? They would probably like that very much. Yeah, they have a bunch of sold puts at 53.50 for today. They might de-risk them. What the fuck is RC gonna do with a maybe 4 billion war chest? Same thing he did with it before. I'm not insanely educated with the sector, but I feel like it's not enough to buy any direct competitors. No, it's not. I mean, most of the big competitors in that space are like big box retail corporations that are worth billions and billions of dollars. It could be enough to make smaller acquisitions, but I highly doubt that there are any that would really fit the model. I'll tell you what he probably will do with it. The same thing he did with the other $1 billion, and that's stick it in a money market account. I wouldn't be surprised if RC already does that. If VFE exercises, does that show up as volume on the chain? No, it would show up as a reduction in OI, and possibly not at close. Depending on what time. 75 million bananas. Bullish for Dole? And yeah. Why would GFE have not sold on the bounce? What's his angle at this point? Okay, so you got to understand that 120,000 contracts is a huge amount of options to move. You can't just sell them. It's not that simple. You have to sell them without you either have to exercise them or you have to sell them without just absolutely obliterating the spread. Otherwise, you will get a metric fuck ton of slippage and lose all the money you made. So he has a serious, liquidity issue to contend with. He can buy Ross. Who actually buys dilutions? Probably BlackRock. Jeffries run. This is kind of the way it goes. Jeffries runs around to everyone that they can find, and they go, GameStop's trading at $38. I've got shares at 35. How many do you want? And then if the price drops, then they go around to everybody and they go, yeah, I got GameStop shares at 30 and a quarter points, right? And you know, spot price at market will be like 34, 33. And they do a round like that, and they just keep going, right? They make a commission. They're incentivized to sell those shares at at as high a price as they can get, right? Because they do receive a commission per share sold as a percentage. But they also want to get it done fast, because if they don't do it quick enough, the price of the underlying is going to drop, and that can damage their commissions as well. Jeffries is pretty good at getting share offerings done in an efficient manner. They've been doing this shit for a long time. And MMs want shares. They wanna restock their inventory. The DRMs are gonna want shares for their inventory. Liquidity was starting to get tight yesterday with all the delta on the chain. Not anymore, but it was. And that's one very good reason that people would want or need shares. I thought Jeffries just hit a market sell order for 75 million. I mean, if they did that, the price of the stock would just crash, right? Oh, sorry, I didn't see it. $75 million bananas doesn't mean a damn thing. RC needs to be removed from the board for lack of forward guidance. That's it. He's failing the company and getting rich off of it. Screw shoving bananas in his butt. He needs to shoving bananas in his butt at the Office of Unemployment. I mean, they'll throw you out if you do that. Not that I know from experience, but I mean, they will. They take that very seriously. You don't have to give guidance, and I've said before, it's uncommon to give guidance in the event of a corporate restructuring, right? Yeah, you don't want to know your competitors to know how you're pivoting, and you want to ensure that you're able to restructure without any interference. Okay, so I'll give him that. However, you're talking like a 12 month period to get that done, right? And then you tell your fucking shareholders, who you just took $5 billion from. DFV showed feet? Where? On what? What the fuck? I want to see feet. I don't care if he comes from my YouTube stream, but if he comes from my OnlyFans, there's gonna be war. What a piece of shit. Why would you lie about something so serious? There's no feet. Liars. Well, if I could see his calves, then I would know if he's a pigeon whale. Wow, the 10-year fucking ripped. Yes, it did. SS will spin this as the best thing. Well, the ones of them that are left will. It's one of the stages of grief. Sometimes people get stuck in it. It's called bargaining. It's okay because too much copium. Yesterday we thought 12 million share exercise would be insurmountable. Today we act like 75 million dilution is nothing. Don't say we. Don't throw we around like a French mouse. Nothing was going to happen from DFV exercising his shares that wasn't already happening. Okay? There was fucking like $3.5 billion in Delta getting squeezed. Um DFE's fucking, 1.2 million shares would have only been a small part of that. 12 million shares. Yeah. People have a problem with the large numbers involved in the options chain and understanding how leverage works. But DFE could have exercised his shares and it would have been one fucking like hard green candle and that's it. One options contract equals 100 shares. Yeah. Yeah, 12, sure, it can do something, but it's not gonna like MOASS the stock. There's a lot of people acting like it's gonna like exercising 12 million shares was like the fucking end game. Like ETFs just stopped existing or DMMs couldn't just pull liquidity out of their ass whenever they want. But that goes back to the idea that their stock is special, right? It doesn't have to follow the same rules as all the other stocks. I did a thing, no shame, DMs. You're a sick fuck, Carl. Are those interesting? For today? That's risky. 30-35 are still big support. May I ask what you expect from today's day for GME price? Only downwards, so there's still arbitrage that needs to be resolved. Some of it is being resolved currently. But there's more that will need to be resolved, and that will create buy pressure. I don't know if it'll create buy pressure in excess of the share offering and whatever DFV has to dump. But I would say that a break below 40 is quite bad for any potential of a squeeze that was going on yesterday. And a break below 30 would be even worse for that. A break below 30 really represents a big shift in the amount of delta that needs to be hedged. So we'll see where it ends up. But if it keeps dropping, very bad. If I were him, I wouldn't fucking stream after RC did an offering. It's gonna be just a fucking mess. Like literally everything he's done such a good job avoiding for the last 3 years, right? Why would we go back up if the share offering's complete? Back above 40 adds potential to the chain, but a lot of the weeklies have already sold off, so it'll be tough unless options interest continues to build out of the money, which, you know, no one's buying calls right now because RC just sold a bunch of fucking stock. Is it possible they're selling shares now? How does it work? Jeffries calls up a bunch of hedge funds and primes, and they go, hey, we've got GME, and it's cheaper than the price at market. You want to buy some? And they go, fuck yes. And then they buy it. You must not have seen my one GME $40 call. I heard RC is going to buy Microsoft with the offering. He only needs 100 times more money. A thousand times more? Well, I wonder how much my Xbox is worth all by itself. Oh, they have the subscription service on PC too. That's got to have a lot of users. Doesn't matter. Microsoft's not selling that to them. Then those guys take the shares that they bought at a discount and immediately liquidate. Well, first they use them to satisfy their failed to delivers. Then they liquidate. They go, hey, look, we did have all that stock. Look at us. And then they liquidate. Jeffries just called and asked if I wanted this Pi-Fi membership for below spot. I called them shills and paid the extra $5 on my iPhone to make a point. Thank you, Evans. Tim Apple appreciates your sacrifice. When IWM go down downies, well, I bought puts because charm turns negative at 201, and then we bounced off of it when I was getting coffee. So we'll see what happens. It looks like we're gonna bear flag all fucking day. Maybe fail later. Fortunately, a lot of the out of the money call interest from this morning on SPX pulled back. But there are a shitload of calls, short puts, sorry, at 53.25 that were sold on yesterday's drop. And I can imagine they don't want those going in the money. and they would like the massive pile of 5350s they've been selling all week out of the money into today's close. Whether they're successful in making that happen is a whole nother question. Charm's pretty positive at these levels. What the fuck is up? Like, what's supporting this? Nvidia's down like 2% right now. Just Berkshire, JPM, and Lilly. Yeah, there's no breadth. RSP is down 1 point. QQQ is still down 0.9, 0.09. Russell's below delta neutral and down 40 bips on the day. Maybe they're hoping dollar will turn around a bit, but that doesn't look like it's happening. And yields seem to be climbing higher. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be super sustainable at these levels. But it may take us a while to actually break down. With non-farm payroll being so hot, what does that do to the rate cut mania and subsequent potential impact on SPX? Fed fund futures already cut back like 10 points, like first thing this morning. So we're not at like 1.5 cuts anymore. We've swung much closer to 2.5. Everyone will get all excited next week again about CPI, and estimates will rise. Or they'll revise non-farm payrolls down so we can pretend like everything's okay. Nice. Gopher food. Well done. Fully out of GME made 125K total. Appreciate all your realistic warnings and caution. You're the man. That's awesome. Already 100 million volume in GME. The only thing that can turn this around is if DFV buys more shares, which is probably unrealistic and extreme hopium. Maybe. There's still a lot of ARB that hasn't been resolved yet. Someone's going to have to buy that spread. May not, I mean, it may not run to fucking $70 or whatever, right? But it may arbitrage. How much theta do you use for weekend straddles? Anywhere from like 7 to 21 days. Did you consider IV of 1900 to be high on 0 DTE calls? It's a little excessive. Did you pick up IWM for GME ARB? No, I picked up IWM because its charm turned negative first thing in the morning. And if indexes fall here, and it falls below negative charm, or falls into negative charm territory, the MM becomes a seller in all conditions. So basically, if IWM drops $1, the MM's going to start selling the fuck out of it. We'll see. They're just 0 DTEs. May work, may not. largely dependent probably on what happens with the SPX here. Trying to push breadth. Is SPX about to rip? I don't think it's about to rip. I think it's just kind of where it is. Most of the like out of the money shit, well, a good chunk of it sold off this morning. There's still some calls at 60 and then quite a bit of resistance at 65. So they got a leg up on profit taking right after market open, right? We got a lot of puts taking profit here from the straddle side of the neutral positioning last night. They've got it back into a range where it should be moderately stable. But if we lose, you know, that like 53.47 level from yesterday, they're going to lose the support of that positive charm and we can slide back down again to where support is down here at like 53.30, 53.25. Did GME halt again? If you were holding shares right now, what's your play? $40 covered calls and a few calls out of the money. I might sell. It's tough. The returns are probably diminishing, but let's see. Um, Probably sell the August. Maybe I'd sell the August 30, buy the June 45 1-to-1. Let me see what that would look like. Build. Bear cost. Cover call. There we go. So sell the August 30. Buy the maybe something like that. Because see, as implied volatility falls, your break-even point moves closer to spot, right? So this benefits a lot from. I mean that I don't think that would be a very bad hedged position. The further out you buy the call, the better. Oh, this is... There we go. It's not including those shares. But see, you minimize your loss down to like 25, 20 even. A little bit. You could do the... I don't think that really makes too much of a difference. But maybe something like that. I probably wouldn't get the weekly. Maybe the June 12 instead of the 25. Or the June 21, rather. June 12 instead of June 21. If there was enough liquidity. Can you comment on the halts? Can you explain why it appears to halt on the slightest updraft? Seeing what I want to see. A $3 move is... Yeah, $3.60 move is 10%, which is a halt. So... It's I mean that's how Luddle works. I don't know what you want to see out of it, but due to the like liquidity and the price, I would say that it's pretty easy for it to halt here. The lower the price goes, the easier it is to halt. Lugs, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Give Lugs a shout out for hooking you up. Welcome aboard. Why did GME do another offering? Why is GME doing another offering? Because the company was overvalued, right? I mean, I said this yesterday, you know, and I know no one wanted to hear it, right? Because everyone was at peak FOMO, but I said it a bunch to make sure that people did. It would be disingenuous of RC as the CEO to not do a share offering when the value of the company, the market price of the company had exceeded the value by so much. That's what you do, right? You got a $1 billion company and it's suddenly worth 6 billion. You should probably take advantage of that. Honestly, like as shitty as it is, he would be remiss to not do that. I don't think he's going to do anything special with the money. I think it's a pointless endeavor on his behalf and just shitty for the shareholders because he could have waited, right? There was no reason to rush it. But here we are. There's still calls at 60. Although after we test 60, we might start to get some breakdown in the $50 strike. Like this might be where they try to de-risk it. So there's 75's not out of the question, but there's a lot of resistance at 65, 70 that might be kind of hard to get over. 60 itself is a big resistance. So 60, 65 is going to be a little tough to break through. And don't forget that there's also a lot of sold calls here. the bond market is significantly in disagreement with equities moving up right now. The 10 years back at 4.416, right? Like dollars up pretty strongly, very much so against the euro and the pound. The ECB cut rates yesterday. Like the conditions aren't favorable for like highly leveraged short vol. But in order to de-risk efficiently, they need to be above 53.50. What 53.50s? We're talking SPX. Uh, I don't think there's a firm rule that they have to announce it in the pre-market. I bought some 40 and 50C 628 this morning after the morning dip, all through the weekend, or exit on a run up for GME if you get a run up. I mean, falling below 40 is bad, right? 40 was the break point for things starting to squeeze. We're below that right now. So unless we get back above it, maybe we can during the DFV stream. Dangerous. Seems like they're topped out on the charts you posted this morning. Pretty close. Bunch of gaps there. Not a lot of short vol coming in on the push. This probably won't last. A lot of this may just be like breaking apart this, like the neutral positioning and getting their the other side of their straddle and strangle. But we'll see, right? We got to test it before we know. Just gonna let the IW inputs ride into close at this point? Probably, yeah. I picked them up this morning and then got coffee and I came back and they were worthless, so fuck it. Maybe if it slips back under 202, I'll average them down a little bit. Does Zold have a chance of 1850 by next Friday? Oh. Huh. Gold took kind of a big hit this morning. It doesn't look like it. Looks like it's headed back to like 16 right now. Maybe as we approach the FOMC decision, it'll run again. I want to say, without you, I'm lonely. You're the pen to my pal, the batteries to my gentleman's necktie, the towel for my wife. Without you, I'm just a lost Oklahoma afternoon snack. One love. Thank you so much, Kendra. I think I appreciate that. I bet the Bulls get 5,400 before FOMC and then don't even de-risk. That would be ideal. Imagine if GME keeps going up. Nah. Would you buy a call? What's wrong with you, dork? I try to sell my 610, 53, 55 straddle. Would it make sense to sell 5350p, buy another call if I think downs are over? Risky, thanks. Kind of risky. Are you not up on the call side? Wait, hold on. You didn't sell the. You didn't get stopped out. You should have made money on that. I'm gonna assume that you didn't get stopped out of the puts. Tell me what went wrong so I can understand what you're dealing with. What's up, Holden Harold? Thanks, man. It seems like an effort to get out of those calls before de-risking. Yeah, it does. Or it's an effort to get support at 5360 and protect their short puts for the rest of the day. Will EPAM ever move? I was thinking of doing a bull spread for July. I think EPAM's undervalued, and they haven't missed an earnings for like fucking 7 years. But people are still afraid of the risk with Ukraine, right? And they had to pull a lot of their business out of Russia, which hurt them. Although they managed to do really well even after that. But at least right now, investor confidence is lower, which is why they're not commanding such a high PE. And it could take time for that to turn around. EPAM, EPAM. Hmm. It's still down on the day. Where's the top of this? Like 83? 83 or 74? Interesting. Did we leave a gap up here on futures this morning? Because we're almost back to the pre-market high, which is like 53.80. So we're one tick off. Nope, there it is. Oh, I really want to short that. Greedy little bear. Does the do this week impact your thoughts on rolling your September Vegas? No, not really. And volatility still stayed fairly elevated. Market seems unstoppable, and the FOMC CPI next week will only contribute to upward momentum. Why? I mean, CPI is probably going to be hot, and the Fed's probably not going to cut rates, which should tighten financial conditions harder. Don't forget that we get the SEP also. I'm not currently seeing any potential catalysts for downward price action. Am I missing something? Possibly. Labor is still hot. Unit per labor cost is still elevated. GDP is still hot. Sectors of the economy continue to overheat, which is driving up driving up inflation. Oil dipped, but it's roaring right back. Where do you think inflation is going to ease? Actually, two hawkish cuts. If they cut rates right now, we're going to get a debt downgrade. Which will tighten financial conditions all on its own. Yes, we will. Didn't Moody's just issue another warning last night? How's the arbitrage for GME going to end up keeping it stabilized at this price? How much is left? It hasn't really moved. They haven't resolved very much of it. But yeah, it could. Most of it's gonna resolve in like the EU session anyway. T plus 1 plus C35 from May 13-14 puts us right at Juneteenth. Can you remind the chat how trading holidays can provide deferrals for FTD settlements? Not just FTD settlements, also provides can provide deferrals for ETF settlements within their lendable shares, right? So not just the fails, but the everything that comes before the fails as well. Silence of the Dans. I miss you too, man. Where you been? Thank you. Pickles Pick's still hot. New trading tool to come. VWAP hot manufacturing in process. All good reasons to trade. Thanks, crypto. Is that back under 202 yet? No. When do bulls run out of runway? Well, hopefully right around the time that I bought a put. Tightening financial conditions hasn't seemed to matter thus far. It did. I mean, we just went through a period of rather tight conditions in May, and April, and we dropped 5%. And it definitely matters. What does USD JPY have anything to do with this pump? Um, Possibly. It got leveraged up pretty hard today. We're starting getting a turnaround in correlation. But as USDJ like that swap pair moves up and its leverage ratio, financial conditions get markedly tighter, right? So it's a good representation of how tight financial conditions are getting. Because if they need to turn to the carry trade for leverage, it's because they can't get sufficient leverage through their hold to maturity securities. Please tell me QQQ is about to be rugged. Maybe. A pretty hard rejection on NQ. Yields are moving up pretty strongly on the dump. Yeah, it's possible that, like I said, it's possible that we were just grabbing the other side of the straddle and strangle. We'll see if we fall back to 50. 50 is where things are questionable. There's still support here. Surprised demand for long vol isn't picking up. Interesting. Have you been checked for autism? Yeah. The findings were inconclusive. People who know me would say I'm the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. But according to psychologists, I'm perfectly normal. I got 100% on the autism test. Nice. Come over and I'll check you real good for the tism. If you're gonna try to get me to review your portfolio, that's not fair. Made 7K on Jimmy. It could have been more, but who could predict Cohen? Yeah. Most people don't tend to make good traders. Are they mistaken? Normal people don't tend to make good traders. They are mistaken. Oh, that's a statement. Okay. Me too, except crippling anxiety and ADHD. I don't have any of that. 2024, that's the definition of normal in American. 100% on the autism test, that's perfectionism you want to see. It's good to have 3 numbers and 2 of them round. I don't microwave quesadillas. How dare you? He's just gonna make prolonged eye contact to watch you squirm. Hmm. No need to review the port. My trading account is all cash and 0 DT SPX. I had a psychotic episode, but now I'm better. Okay. Well, that's good. Congratulations. I don't own a red bandana. Actually, you know what? I do own a red bandana from the GME Glory days. I don't know where the fuck it is though. Not you, but someone you do know. Yeah. Someone in the Discord's microwaving quesadillas. Who are they so I can ban them? Is it Dork? Not crippling anxiety. Just take some anti-anxiety meds when I feel it coming on. That's stolen valor. The bandana's probably at Carl's house. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, Carl's got that like bored housewife kleptomania. Anytime he comes brings his wife over, it's it's like always like weird little shit goes missing. I never. I, it's I just don't say anything about it. Wait, what did you say? I've been busy trying to get J Fresh to love me. He's the same age as you. Stop trying to make him your dad. You know about that? Fuck, fuck, fuck. That's all right, Carl. Well, I've effectively hedged off my IWM losses. How low can SPX go? Well, I'd like it to get back to 53.25 or 30. Ideally. 74,000 people waiting for DFV. 74,001. I'm in there too. I've decided, by the way, I am not going to play DFV's content on my stream because I think it's cringy. I am, however, going to watch his stream and maybe slightly ignore you guys. So do with that what you will. His chat is already so awful. I can imagine. I do not envy him, the audience. How are you going to stream with the Space Wizard guy, but not DFE? I'm sure if DFE wanted to do a stream with me, he would let me know. He trades suspends options trading. That's not a real headline, right? You're making a joke, I assume. You can't play YouTube on YouTube. It would break the internet. RK, longtime fan, first time caller. Can you speak towards your dogmatic and clear backing of DRS? 12:03 p.m. chat. His space wife was hot, but she left him, right? That's what I was told. I'm pretty sure that if DFV brought you on his stream, SS would halt the chat. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. I really like that would be the cruelest thing he could do. I don't want to deal with that shit for 3 years. DFV said to announce his paid Discord and membership tiers. It's got to get the money to exercise those fucking calls, right? Do you know the ultimate hack of how I got these tires for a fraction of the cost? You stole them? Wait, you rented a car, put your old used tires on it, and then put the new tires from the rental car on your car, and then return the rental car? The old rubber switcheroo. How's Pickle Jar looking as far as SS refugee intake? Our doors are always open, but they have a hard time making that transition. Imagine giving a rich guy money voluntarily, right? Out of the spread at 100%. I'm going to be traveling during the DFV stream and not able to monitor. Nice. Well done, Carl. Rental car companies check for that now. Yeah, I know. We left a little gap to the upside there. Hmm. Don't want to bid these up. I do. Damn it. That was a good short. Huh. Could we do audio only on GFE stream? It's already going to be cringy, but we need to hear what he says. It could have an actual effect on a stock. Yeah, no. I'm not gonna it's not just the cringe, like it's not cool, right? It's like his content. I don't wanna do that. There's gonna be like 50 other GME streamers trying to like bank in on fucking DFE streaming, and I just wanna watch him, you know? Uh Yeah, I don't like it. I see what you're saying, and I don't disagree. You do get what I'm saying, though. I do, but I mean, hopefully DFV knows how to contain the insanity, right? Just you and your secret collaborator and fourth best friend, DFV. Respect. That's a legit moral reason. This is why I watch you. You have ethics. Thanks. It's a weird position. I'm not gonna do that. This would be the third live stream I ever watched. I watched some of his live streams back in like 2020, and I was like, I don't like live watching streamers. And I stopped, and I just read his updates on Reddit. I respect that. You don't want to steal 600 viewers from him. You're a nice guy. Now please put Guybrush on the screen. If he shouts you out, I'm gonna lose my mind. I mean, I am too, but I'm also gonna quit streaming. I'm not taking on that responsibility while he fucks off with his $500 million for the next 3 years. Would you want someone stealing your content? No. So why steal someone else's? That's kind of exactly how I feel about it. Would you do that if he buys Pontiff? I'd have to. That's the rules. Yours and DFV's old lives are the only non-shilly streams I've ever watched. The irony of that is that the majority of GME investors think I'm a giant shill. Which is perfect. DFE chat is full of people shilling FFIE. You could put people in quotes. People. That's I've mastered the inverse AJ strategy. 1, overhold puts. 2, add more puts instead of calls. 3, sell one of the puts at resistance to trick MM into losing the resistance. Well, if we lose 53.47, like I said earlier, this can start to break down. Below 53.50, charm's not very favorable for the bulls. And it is slipping, right? So, and it becomes less and less favorable all the way to the downside. Positive deltas at like 53.40. Holy shit, JC. You're back. After being peer pressured into it for less than 24 hours. Now I can reinstate your mod powers. Oh shit, it's not playing the song. Your explanation of the halt was unsatisfying. It once again halted on a $1.50, $2 move up. It wasn't down, listed as M halt. Oh, look up the code. It says Luddle. $11.09.26. Tier 2 NMS securities. Any price band percentage of 10%. So it might have just hit the halt band. So it's average price of the stock over the last 5 minutes, and the band updates every 30 seconds. Yeah, I don't see anything weird here. I did hear the DFV streaming today, Nesquik. I'm going to be watching it. I think they'll halt GME at noon for Kitty stream based on potential incoming news. No. He's not an insider yet. I tried buying one fractional share of GME for $5,000 and it filled at market. Crime. You've made someone very happy today, Popcorn. What's up, Nightney? Thanks, Slot Machine. No, I'm not streaming DFV stream. I'm gonna watch his stream, but I'm not streaming it. If you guys want to watch his stream, watch his stream. Not mine. Are you gonna do some play-by-play for what he's saying? Maybe. I mean, I'm probably gonna keep chatting and stuff, but I'm not doing like a reaction stream. That's exactly what I'm trying to avoid. Can I watch his stream while your stream is on the second monitor? If that makes you happy, yeah. I'm watching both. 2 streams at the same time, man. Nice. Be the grift, Gherk. Yeah, gross. Reaction stream with some super clickbait text and surprised face on the thumbnail. I can't do it. My plan is to watch the stream but comment in here so I don't have to be in the same chat as the stock weirdos. It's really, you know, when Super Stonk shows up to the party, it's it's really like your pervy uncle just walked in the door. I was like, oh god. Margaret, hide the children. It's time for your YouTuber era. I hate everything about that. Oh, no. Wrong guy. If you're on PC or Windows and don't know, opening window and drag to the left side, let it go, then open the next window you want to watch and drag it top to right and let go. 2 screens on one. Thanks, Euro Gorilla. Gold down 250 bips, silver 450. Someone needed some emergency liquidity? Maybe. What's the bear thesis for GME having $4 to $5 billion in cash? They do the same thing with it that they did with the $1 billion in cash they did nothing with, which is chuck it in a money market account while they continue to slowly dismantle the business that they own. You know, business as usual. I bet IWM to dump. Well, if it gets, actually that line's not in the right spot, but hold on, I will adjust it. If it gets below 201.68, the market maker becomes a seller in all conditions, which is inherently bearish. Yeah. How much is GME worth based on its book value? Well, the value of the company is basically just the shares on hand, right? Or the cash on hand. And what's the float now? It's gonna be like $388.27 million shares, right? So say they get 5 billion, like the top end of the possible offering, or they walk away with 5 billion total. Like $14. Pro tip, you can do the same thing with the Windows key plus an arrow key. Shift arrow will move the window to your next monitor. Really? Holy fuck. I'm never going to drag anything again. A little bit of a bounce here. Delta still slightly positive. Charm positive above 53.50. Might fill the gap. Let me see how much the out of the money options positioning broke down. No, a decent amount. Although we could catch another ramp back to the upside if we break 55. So maybe what I'll do is like, hold on. Jesus Christ, options are expensive today. Let's put like a buy order in here at 1050. See if it pushes up that high. It might not be high enough. Left a downside gap. Hmm. Hmm. Ooh, I chose wisely. Things getting bearish again. Hmm. Why are people buying the 50, the 40 at the bid when you could just buy the like the 39 at the same fucking price? Or the 38.50? Weird. Yours 2035. Inflation is still at 20%. SPX is 5250 and VIX is at least 3. VIX is at 3. I'm so entirely unqualified to be up this much. Was Gherk buying a call? I was looking at how overpriced they were. Reversal, retest. Either 5365 or 70. XRT's coming down pretty hard. The bull's gonna fail this pump? Because this is a great pump. Interesting. Yeah, a fucking lot of delta fell off there on the test of 60. I don't like that. Chances the stream's just a rickroll? It's possible. Thanks for all the info. You mentioned maybe recently the rollings. You do rolling spy straddles? I've done them for like a year and a half. How do you choose the neutral medium strike? It's just wherever it closes. Sometimes I'll get it a little bit before it closes if it's at a strike that's away from like a major support or resistance level. But usually within the last like 30 minutes of the day. V to 70. I think they're trying to at least get 65. But like I said, a bunch of delta fell off on this first test right here. So there's a chance it could get rejected if more profit taking takes place. Bulls are gonna need to buy up a little bit more out of the money calls. Otherwise momentum could reverse on them. And they left a downside gap, right? So Yeah, a little risk of failure. Can we get a live stream with RKRC Vlad, Plotkin, and Jerry Springer? Does your cat have a side gig as a bouncer? He does not. My wife told me she had options. I asked her what strike, and she looked at me. I hope they're in the money. IV on GME is at 1600% for near the money strikes. Seems normal to me. I'm only seeing like 511. Out of the money it gets out up there, like almost 900. What broker are you on? Oh, they all calculated differently, but I'm sure none of them are accurate. They're all just, high as fuck. GME IV 30 last night was like 380 something. I want to thank you for being you. I was one of the diamond hand hodl idiots for 3 years. I had 417 shares at 50 a share in my Roth since 2021. I finally sold them at 66 in after hours. That's fucking awesome, man. That's super great. I'm glad you got out at a profit. Alright, there's the gap fill. 5360 test failed. I guess we'll see if we recover here or we just form out a head and shoulders and start breaking down again. Vol turned up on the drop, which isn't a good sign. Yeah, and even if you bought back in now, you'd be buying in at like half the price you sold at. Right? That's the coolest part. That's what the hodl thing doesn't make any sense. Literally like 6 hours later, you could double your share count. JFresh saying bullish things about what? Tell him to say more of them. Or less of them. Tell him to say bearish things. I have a call. Later, Carl. I'll see you tonight. I'm all the OI on the GME 128C0 DTE. Will I also become a billionaire today? Awkward. God, no. Is that guy an idiot? Who? Which one? People said it was over in the last share offering, but 5 days later, look where we're at. It wasn't 5 days later. It was a month later. How long would a 75 million share offering take to complete? Depends on the amount of demand. And then don't forget when it resolves, it can cause another bounce or a run. The idiot buying 0 DTE 128s. Idiot or genius? Only time will tell. So Elon Musk named a supercomputer Grok. Are you mad or flattered? Hmm. I don't know. I don't think it has anything to do with me. 5 days from the bottom after the shares were sold. Well, the share offering was completed significantly before they announced its completion. That's generally it's like a couple days for them to write up the report and the settlement and everything. A few business days. But yes, we did bounce afterwards, which I said would happen. I said that we'll bounce when they complete the offering, like I just did. And that's because it means that there was a liquid market for their shares, and that's bullish. Briefly, Grok is a word coined by Richard Heinlein and a stranger in a strange land. It just means understand. Understand? It's not a supercomputer. It's a chatbot. Yeah. Yeah, there was a share offering. Oh, you know that, popcorn. What was your interpretation of the data this morning? NFP was red hot. Which isn't, I mean, good. It's not good for the bull case, right? Because it means no Fed cuts. Labor's still strong, which also means inflation is still going to be strong. The bond market's very much in disagreement with the move on ES right now, but there are a lot of positions up here, especially 5350 sold puts that would ideally be protected into close today. So if SPX loses like 5347, it can dump super hard. And we are forming that head and shoulders I talked about here. Which means I'm setting a stop on this fucking call. Check DMs for a card you can put up during a DFV stream. I can't use that. It's awesome. I saw it last night, but I can't use it. Boo. Yeah, I know. Can we see it in the Discord? Yeah, I'll post it in the announcements. I'll pay $100. Someone gets RK to say, do puts cost same like shares? It's does puts cost same like shares. Could GME be valued under their cash on hand, hypothetically? Yeah, sure. So $14 a share after F? YouTube's taking me down for the DFV stream? Fucking rude. They're crashing YouTube to kill the hype? Yeah. You know, Robinhood said they were ready for the surge in buying from DFV stream, but I'm I'm not sure YouTube is. 40% down on Vega puts. Roller average down sub 30 4500p. I'm gonna take it that you didn't wait until VIX 3 month was below 14 before buying those. Um I mean, it's up to you, right? You could average them down, but you're gonna need a bigger move in volatility. The higher you buy them at, well, the higher vol is when you buy them, the bigger of a move you're gonna need. What's the world record for live stream viewer count? I have no idea. Google calls for YouTube record breaking ad revenue. I wonder how many are going to donate to someone who's up $200 million. I feel like he would have like super chat and shit turned off, right? Yeah, I'm gonna watch the DFV stream when it starts, but not on here. Just just a heads up. Like I'm just gonna watch it on my computer. How's ES looking? I don't know. Bulls are trying to turn the decline around here before the charm slips negative again, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do much. And the money call position's kind of bleeding out. Delta moves negative under 53, like 40, 47, which we're not very far away from. So the MM's not super supportive on the 0DTE side here. Yeah, I don't think these bounces are going to be very sustained. Maybe they had a good shot at breaking out back here, but they failed the 60 test. Hmm. Too much pressure on DFV to be really live. He must have recorded something and we'll just publish it. We'll see. YouTube got rid of the dislike counter. Yeah. 150k watching, only 50k likes. Hit the like button. I think there's actually a really good argument that he's doing the stream to publicly disseminate his sell, right? Or his exercise. Like, it's a good argument. I went ahead and minimized the chat. It's just a flood of stupidity. I can only imagine. I'm positioned either way. I could see him do that, but I could also see him say something else involved to push the board in GameStop C-suite to do something. Maybe. From a legal standpoint, is there even any reason to open your mouth besides selling or exercising? So I said last night, my prediction is that he opens the stream, says nothing, right? No microphone, nothing, and pops up his E-Trade screen, and just starts selling one call and exercising two over and over until he's done with the entire position. Then he raises his beer glass and turns it off. I mean, legally, like, that's what a lawyer would advise he do at this point, I think. Or at least, I know a guy who's a lawyer who thinks that should be advised. He's not a securities lawyer, but he is finance adjacent. So you asked your lawyer? I mean, yeah, right? I'm already paying the fucker. If you had a $500 million position with millions of people watching, what do? You say lawyer like Stewie and the Family Guy says Cool Whip? I do not. The word is lawyer. It's not lawyer. Fucking trogs. There's no O. Or Y. Well, there's a Y, but it's after the W. I had a lawyer charge me $3,000 for 2 hours last week. Feels good, doesn't it? You don't watch Cops and they're like, "Stop, you're breaking the law." Stupid. Are you asking if I was a lawyer to get free legal work done for you? Do you want to do free legal work? Excellent. You're right. They never say that. They just start hitting people. What was the lawyer doing to him for 2 hours? I'd imagine fucking him in the ass. But I could be wrong. Is this gonna fail? Maybe. Wait, lawyers do that? Mine just takes my money. Same like. Hmm. Ooh, I have to watch the DFV stream now. Boop. Excellent. Sold 36.0 DTE puts. Am I good or fucked? You might get fucked. Probably would have gone under 35, so at least you had some calls protecting your position, but maybe you're good. I don't know. You could get an exit. You still have day trades. First thing I did was close the chat. Hey, look, I come up recommended. I'm not subscribed to myself. That'd be weird. Why don't you have 59,000 likes? Hate watchers. Are you jealous of the $200 DFE is going to make on ads today? A little bit, yeah. It's like liking your own tweets. I just wait till someone reposts them. I like the repost. That's how you get away with it. But I'm pigeonwaled on a different YouTube account. Obviously. Someone's commenting BBBY in the chat. Yeah, those people are fucking nuts. Oh shit, is he late? Why isn't it starting? Oh my god, if he never starts the stream, these people are gonna hang out in there for like a fucking year waiting for it. He's just trying to get a better call entry by not starting the stream on time so everyone panic sells. Genius. This is why he's got the big bucks. No, I'm not gonna stream DFV stream. That's fucking shitty. If you want to watch DFV stream, go watch it. I want DFV to tell us he sold it all and bought all of Revlon's debt. We're in Kitty gooning us. He was kidnapped. I now know what it feels like to day trade. Watching two streams is like watching two stocks, I suppose. Hedgie's got him. Chat's probably gonna freak out. Okay. Welcome to Cornishan. Thank you so much. Forgot to pay the power bill. Rookie streamer move. Do you want me to drive around Brockton yelling for him? I'm the boots on the ground. Yeah, if you could. If DFV doesn't show up, at least we have you, Gurk. Thanks. Hold me. If you're right and he wants to discuss the... Wait, where did it go? Disclose the position? Does he have to wait for it to unhalt now? I don't know, maybe. Can you circulate wildly as to why Cohen is Dr. Manhattan in the stream card? Does it mean RC's getting manipulated out to Mars? I don't know. I don't know. If IWM breaks down, do you have a target? I don't know, like 198. I hope he gets here sooner rather than later. You got shit to do in an hour. I just saw Pigeon Teeth in DFV's chat. That son of a bitch. Thanks, okay. Was that a pickle on his stream card? No. Right? Don't tease me like that. It's no pickle. That's the flame of Lady VWAP. Isn't it from Game of Thrones? When they blow up the fucking the church with the green bomb. Hmm. Maybe he just started the stream to laugh at the fucking chat. Nice STD slot machine. Puts her calls on Jimmy. I'm not fucking touching it. GME dropped like 12% in the last 4 minutes. What do you mean it's barely moving? You have to refresh the thing to see how many likes there are. Downside gap at 60. Vol's flattening out. This could be resistance. I think this stream is there purely to show the stream card. Thank you for always showing up, not like DFV. Has there been any ads? No. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you don't sign up for monetization, Google can't play ads on your channel. Gherk sleeps in, MOASS. DFV sleeps in. All is lost. I don't want to root for GME to tank, just the wife won't say you should have held. Awkward. DFV's chat reminds me that humanity as a whole is doomed. I don't think he planned on showing up. Possibly not. He probably got vanned. What's that? I sent you a milestone. Oh shit, I didn't see it. Oh, DFV is edging us, so you can speedrun your macro expectations over the next month or so due to the hot NFT print. Interesting. The hot NFP print's gonna have some effect. I mean, it's definitely gonna have effect on the SEP, right? Because it shows that labor is not weakening, not even a little bit. And the Fed's gonna have to take that into consideration. That massively boosts like the 3-month average and the quarterly levels. Bag tossed in your head by a nondescript, heavily armed man in suits, then toss you into a van to be taken to an undisclosed location. Interesting. Like when somebody shows up with a white windowless van and it's full of candy, but they totally lost their puppy and they need your help. How many of those vans have you gotten in, Squamsk? Can you give your best guess as to what's going to happen? GME and DFV over the next couple of weeks. I mean, we're below 35. The last level of real support is at 30. What goes up must come down. Unless you're in a video. Can you see if DFV is selling his contracts? There's like 5,000 volume at the $20 strike, but there hasn't been any more. That's been there most of the day now. OI doesn't update intraday. It only updates at the end of the day. DFE just said Wilson on his chat. Maybe he's jerking off pre-stream. Maybe. Clear head. Earnings were bad, not average. I don't think we're going to crash next week. Is your office at YouTube close to his? Could you go see if Keith's in today? He was supposed to be in this meeting 19 minutes ago. His stream's actually murdering the fucking YouTube ingest server, which is amazing. Because we should both be on the same one in the Northeast. And I keep seeing outages on the YouTube side. Oh, they got me. Fuckers. Maybe the Wilson comment was him looking for Kendro. Oh my god, what if DFV is Kendro? I don't think he likes my style. He asked PieFi to ban me more than once. Yeah, Roaring Kitty, are you in the chat? Could you let us know what's going on? Do I need to ban Darth for you to start the stream? Your man. Ban Darth just in case. You need MOASS glasses. Ew. Is there positioning building above 5360? Not really, but there is still positioning left over. Hmm. Charm still favors the bulls here. Oh shit, there's a countdown. DFV is live. I need an editing team. Did you just take like 30 minutes to go out and buy a sling from CVS? If he streams all day, are you watching all day? Yes. Oh, wow. Did his Boston accent get stronger, or is it just me? Get fucked, J Fresh. He has a secret lab chair. He doesn't know about. He doesn't know. I think it's just his old chair, right? Has he always been like this? I don't know. No. I hope you're taking notes on how to do this. This is too much for me. I don't have the. I don't have the. I can't do. I can't do. This is never. I'm never gonna be able to do this. Yeah, if you were up $250 million, you'd be stoked as fuck too. Is he gonna take his shirt off? That's my thing. Clearly, lawyers are just off camera. Yeah, obviously. The fucking GameStop movie that they made. Gap filled. Ah. RC just rugged this guy. I appreciate his tact. Yeah. I mean, hopefully he exercised, right? We wouldn't know if he's already exercised or not. Gurk, I fucking love you. I'm sorry, truly sorry. I looked away at this other girl. It's fine. I don't have any toxicity towards DFV. I don't know what people are saying in chat, but absolutely not. Mm, I don't like that argument. Is he talking to you? No. Who's out of GameStop? I'm curious about the volatility. Can you fill us in on what's going on? Well, GameStop's price has now fallen below $30 strike, where a majority of the gamma was at. We'll see about a 200% reduction in at the money IV on the June 21. Pretty significant reduction in the at the money IV on the June 7. So we're getting some vol shorts coming in. I would say that we're seeing a pretty strong flood of liquidity. I don't want to say that this is shorting. There's still ARB that needs to be resolved. I have that glass. Nope. Just make sure you cover up your shit. God, I hope he has a shitload of Fubo in his portfolio. Jesus. Thank you so much, okay? I appreciate it. I can't play the song right now, but I'll get you later if you remind me. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. How's the ARB? Unresolved. They could, yeah, in after hours. It's but it's getting oversold relative to the ARB, right? It's halted. Dollars at 104.90. Are these little mini drops de-risking? Likely, yeah. No fill. No fills on my 35s. I got 2 of 10 on my 30s. $3. What's the math calculation behind raising IV because someone is streaming? You just price in more risk, right? IV is the market maker's knob, and they like to play with their knob. Crazy motherfucker. Holy shit. What the fuck? He's down 200 fucking million dollars today. Buy some fucking puts. Not on his stream account. I feel like he's on between 10 to 15 beers today. I would have started getting drunk this morning when Cohen did an offering. He's just like fucking calling Cohen out so hard. Oh, don't draw the Dorito of doom. He forgot to redraw it 500 times every time it broke down. He's wasted. He's always been like this. Half the stream is just people asking him to buy their like shit stocks. The motherfucker is gonna exercise today. Yeah, he definitely is, right? I mean, he has to be careful, right? And he is being careful. Do you think he realizes he's making the SS cult even more delusional? We'll see. I feel like his statements have been practical, right? But I don't think he's gonna say things that are directly advisory, right? Like he's not gonna say things like anything about like DRS or anything like that. If he exercises, does price go up same day? Or is there enough liquidity for them to shunt it? I mean, there's plenty of liquidity, but I mean, it can still drive price action. Remember, T1 settlement on options exercises, so. Is he hating on Cohen? Like, a little bit, right? Yeah, he kind of called Cohen, like in the billionaire to billionaire way that I'm calling you out kind of thing. Yeah. Fucking people asking about FFIE. What a cesspool. He didn't say he disliked Cohen, but he said it's a viable point to say Cohen hasn't done anything. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Hmm. Thanks, guys. Hmm. I consider the DFV cheers a literal shout out to you. Still the best VTuber. Ooh, SLB up 2%. Fuck you, Blue Bananas. 600k people watching DFV stream. Most of his previous streams have less than 50k views. You love to see reality crashing in. That's, I mean, 600,000 people's fucking nuts. Can you look at FFIE? Go fuck yourself. Thanks, Tom Tom. Thanks, Kent. He didn't even say he liked the stock. Hmm. He's trying to speedrun billionaire to bankrupt. We'll see. It's not over yet. That ARB is still unresolved, which is very curious. What I've learned here, I don't think RK knows how to use a stop. I'm sure he hedges his positions. He is a CFA. He knows how. I'm sure he doesn't hedge them in that account, but I'm sure he has hedges. Although there was some nervousness there that was weird. I mean, I don't know. He's streaming to 600k people. But RC also rugged him $250 million today. When you own that much of the company and there's a share offering, that fucking hurts, right? That's like right out of your pocket. It's not, it doesn't feel distributed anymore. It's official. Gherkin is the best streamer for actual stock knowledge out there. Thanks, Kyle. He didn't say DRS. He did not. I mean, his fucking shares are in E-Trade. Like, there's no question about. It's not like he doesn't know about DRS, right? It's not like he hasn't been on fucking Reddit. Like, he was still awarding posts back in 2023. Dude is knee deep in antidepressants and alcohol. I know I don't say this enough, but I appreciate you. Thanks, Ghost and Clarence Saunders. Thanks, Kent. Oh. I'm so used to your stoic cynicism that seeing DFE's manic optimism was kind of cringe. I mean, I get it, right? I've always understood where he kind of stood on GME, but I like that he called Cohen out a little bit. Someone needs to. Someone with a voice needs to, right? I think the tact that he showed after getting pulled, like, I'd have been just raging if I lost 250 fucking $1 million in a morning, right? even my GME position at its peak, right? There were days where like, you know, everyone was whining in chat and I was down a couple $100,000, but you know, um, that's nothing compared to that, right? That's like pocket change. So the fact that he was able to say what he said without being overly negative, I think was pretty impressive. I didn't even lose money on Freg's Day. I had stops. I didn't make money on Freg's Day, which was unfortunate. I'm back. Uncle Bruce had me locked in his basement. I got out just in time to sell my GME while he went out for more cream cheese. Nice. Yeah, his fucking, I mean, his fucking like his settled cash is like almost my net worth. So it's pretty fucking nuts. Fluffy Cloud, welcome to Pigeon Well, man. Thank you so much. Ben, holy shit, welcome back, dude. Oh, I gotta hold on. I gotta do a thing for Ben. Since we're being nostalgic today. Wait, oh shit.
I can be red, I can be violent, upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, violent, upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, violent, upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent, upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
Welcome back, Ben. Fluffy Cloud, thank you for becoming a Pigeon Well, dude.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Holy shit, Yaga. I didn't even see you signed up for Pigeon Whale. I'm sorry I missed it. I was focused on the other shit. Give me a sec. Let me see. I got Thank you so much.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. High scream of certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi 5 stream. Pigeon whale's cool and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named Fiend. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper in a bitch you see, but most likely you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling cover calls like Lumen, cause that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Gherk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously guys, not a cult.
For Super Nostalgia Day, can I request the old Adam Aaron song? Shit, I don't know if I might have it. Hold on. Fuck. I don't have it there. Compare caps with Gherk. I don't. I have Kenny, baby. I'd love to see DFV on Yak. And Dan Show, what's up, man? Holy shit. Everyone's back. Welcome back, guys. I love you, Gherk. I really appreciate you keeping everything in perspective. When there's a play you're very confident in, what percent of port are you playing it with? Also, at its highest, what percent of your port was Jimmy? I think both of those could probably be answered with the same number. It was about, I think at its peak, it hit about 72% of my total portfolio. But I had a lot less money back then. There have been many things between then and now that have changed things, but yeah, at its peak, GME was about 70-something% of my port. Did Secure just give us all a virus? Probably. Ask Jeeves, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I need Nesquik to request a different song because I can't find that one. Checking in, still lurking. Not a pigeon whale. Thanks, David P. Are you streaming earnings? If Yeah, well, because they're actually going to do one this time. Check Discord. Oh, shit. There it is. Thank you. Username. Dude, why is it not playing? Oh, there it goes.
When I'm not stealing money from poor people and my stockholders, or enjoying the money I
Who the fuck is Guybrush?
to Christmas
He's
music,
from a video game.
while I count my $20 million bonus. I wrote this
Did you
song.
see my link? I mean, I'm not clicking that.
Power to the AMC.
Frontier Airlines is promoting Roaring Kitty. They're gonna full port GME to keep from going out of business.
AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. And
Yeah, new chain options will be available market
it's a
open.
big fat slug. AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud.
Just trying to cash in. DFV's a multi-millionaire. He's not gonna fucking take Frontier anywhere. That's not tonight. Hello, crime department? I'd like to report a crime on GoEV. I'm having so much deja vu right now with the songs. Anyway, I don't know if anyone remembers me, but I wanted to say hi, what's up, and hello regardless. Hello, Elena. How you been? Still in Philly?
AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud.
Are your GME calls an arb play if arbitrage gets resolved? Although it's not looking great.
AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. And you're gonna beg hold until it's done. I'd love to wish you a happy MOASS. I'd love to wish you a happy
Am I wrong in thinking this latest 75 million offering makes GME a prime target for a hostile takeover? It could, potentially. I don't know what Cohen's ownership has been reduced to. I haven't done the math on it, but it could be significant. That doesn't necessarily mean someone wants to take it over, but someone might have access to that $5 billion in cash, so Cohen's gonna need to probably buy more, right? In order to maintain his stake. Squamps, thank you so much, man. Ryan, welcome to Cornichon, dude. Turn it off, for God's sakes. Dear Greg, hey, you're as immensely ruggedly handsome as day one of the stream. It's not true, but thanks. Do you still have Cardi VWAP song, or was that a fever dream hallucination? I don't have that. No.
AMC, even if it drops to $1, because just believe me.
I'm
trust
still
me,
in
trust me,
Philly.
bro.
I've been teaching middle
it's gonna
school
rock.
special ed. Don't have time to trade, let alone watch the stream. Today's a half day, though. Well, it's good to see you around. What's up, Water Bucket? Kirkamole. Does this mean RC killed the squeeze again? We'll see. I mean, there is a bullish aspect to those shares being bought, right? So if those shares get gobbled up for MM inventory or for settlement,
right? And Jeffries files their report and it's bullish, right? Like they've sold at a higher price than whatever spot is at the time. There is going to be some push there, right? Right now, Ivy's getting the fucking shit crushed out of it. $20.50 is gonna kind of be my line in the sand here. Down 41% on the day. But still no arbitrage resolution. They're still over shorting it. The options chain is supportive here. 26 and lower, remember, from the other day? So there is support here on the chain, but it's not a particularly bullish range, and that it doesn't pressure short volatility, right? And it's going to encourage short volatility to come in. IWM is still quite weak, given the stupid bullishness on SPX. Yields aren't really retreating. 10 years at 4.42, 5 years at 4.44. Dollars still moving up. So, like, conditions are tightening here. 160 is, I guess, fairly important. I seem to want to defend that quite a lot. Remember, GME positions are IV sensitive. From index IV, they're IV sensitive. Those short vol positions are very sensitive to changes in volatility, right? And so this is when GME's options chain is stacked like this. This is what drove GME's negative beta back in 2021 and beginning of 2022, right? You would see indexes dive, GME rocket, right? And yeah, largely that was part of a bigger type of dispersion breaking down. But that exposure to volatility in their short vol positions, right? Because they're shorting vol down, they're overcrowded into the trade, makes their positioning very sensitive to increases in implied volatility, right? So if GME were to snap back to $30, halt, vol's gonna spike again, right? And that's immediately gonna put short vol on the back foot, right? And then, in 2021, in Jan, GME and all the meme stocks ran so hard that they actually pressured index volatility to keep climbing. So if you look at VIX during GME's run, whoo boy. Yeah, VIX went crazy, right? He was cordial. He wasn't too happy, but he was cordial. Why did Upstart get smoked today? IWM's down pretty hard. Russell's in R2K. Or Upstart's in R2K. Still no positioning building above 65.70. I mean, not that wasn't just already there. It doesn't look like a lot of positioning has been added. 75 still looks like kind of the top of that price range. I will say that in the money positioning is pulling back. 55.60 or weaker 65 is still fine, but below 55 has gotten a lot weaker. Like 50, 45, 40, 35, those have sold off quite a bit. What's your honest take on DFV's technical analysis? I mean, so the problem with the line he drew, right? Like the Dorito of doom there, right? Is that like, the only thing that actually mattered was the support line, not the upper trend. But if he'd been drawing the upper trend over time, right, it would have had to have like kept being drawn over and over and over again. Every time GME peaks, right, it would set like a, you know, I could probably just do it on the GME chart. Give me a second. So the problem with that line is that every time it peaked, right, you had to draw that line again. And so even though it broke out here, everyone was like a potential breakout, right? Well, until that one. So it was really only after like the split that line was like consistent. So it's kind of misleading. BNet at 19 cents. Any thoughts on it being a buy-in price? I mean, they haven't released the shares yet. Is Enphase a buy at this price? I picked up some the last time it was at 25, but I've also taken a lot of profits on it, and some of the bullish options positioning on the chain has broken down a bit. Good Discord DM. Oh, thanks. After the 75 million offering last night and over the top DFV hype train, I bought a 0 DTE $25 put on GME, closed at 500%. Thanks, Gherkin, and thanks, DFV. Nice, man. Any thoughts on FFIE? It's a pump and dump being pumped by bots. Test 5300 now, then close at 5350. I don't know about that. I'd like to see it break below 5350 today. Enron's looking really cheap. Is it a buy at these prices? If he wasn't cordial, he would have cost himself another 100 million. Fair enough. I mean, you try saying nice things about the guy who just lost you $250 million. It's not going to be easy. And really, really no good reason. right? That's the biggest problem. There's no reason to release shares there. And this is similar to June of 2021, right? It's a liquidity release purely in an effort to reduce volatility in the stock. Also, why shares? Sell bonds, right? Sell warrants. Sell directly to the fucking institutions. How deeply upset would you really be? Extremely. Are you kidding me? $200 million, still 200 fucking million. If GME breaks 30 and 35, it can keep pressuring, right? We dropped, we tested Gamma Max, and now we're bouncing off of it. That's possibly a signal, right? If we get back above, well, GM's actually a little higher. This was GM the other day. 1 second. We went from YOLOing 50K to losing 250 million a day. Still sitting over 200 million. I don't think he's all that upset. I think I think it was pretty obvious that he was fairly upset about it. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but losing $250 million is a big deal. So I'm trying to downplay the loss of $250 million, okay? If you need a psychologist to help you through your grief cycle, I'm sure you could find one. DFV should have tweeted fist bump to RC when he announced the offering, just like Cohen did to DFV when DFV went silent in 2022. That would have been fucking epic. Is it considered a loss when it's unrealized gains? Yes. Give me 1 second. What's the rule on share offerings concerning volume? My memory is hazy. I can't find the SEC rule docs on it easily. Is volume daily or average of some amount of time? Could complete today? Could, potentially. It just depends on how high the demand is. They do now have enough cash to do something. I will say that is removed from my bear case. They have more than sufficient cash to do something. I did not think 1 billion was enough. People disagreed with me. Now they have more. I will give them that. No, they can't buy Steam. What will they have? 3, 4 billion? Closer to 4, I think. Well, it depends on the price the offering's made at. And, I don't... Yeah, I don't think they're pushing the offering through that hard right now. I mean, maybe, but the underlying liquidity in GME doesn't look like it's getting pressured very much. Yeah, you know what? I think maybe they are. Actually. Hold on, let me pull back the ETF shit. Yeah, it looks like we started to get a lot more liquid around 6:30 a.m. So it's possible that it's maybe nearly done. Maybe a couple, yeah, like maybe a couple days or something to complete it. That seems reasonable. Mr. Confused, welcome to Pigeon Whale. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Super smart use of a high volume environment. I mean, all three of Cohen's offerings have been during high volume. Why are equities ignoring everything today? That's a very good question. Well, there is a massive amount of short vol positioning at like 53.50 on SPX, and a significant chunk of that expires today. And that may be why we're seeing like equities buck the bond trend, right? Like we're really seeing equities push back against, and they're not only that, there's sold call or sold puts at 53.25 and 5300 that also expired today that were from earlier this week. So yeah, I mean, defending that is probably of utmost importance. That's why on like both of our recent drops to like 53.30, we've bounced back so hard. It also has to do with how the MM is positioned due to that. So average about 30 a share, 2.25 billion. That sounds about right. I mean, I could probably get a better estimate if I really wanted to try, but I don't care that much. Here, I'll tell you what. If they're doing the offering right now, hold on. If they're doing the offering right now, the average price is going to be somewhere around like, well, depending on how much they've done, 20, 30, they've been, if the volume is representative, they've been selling shares between 38.32 and 28.40. So like so like $33 a share. Roughly. So 2.4 billion. That's also dependent on where the majority of the offering is occurring. That's assuming that volume traded at each price on GME today is reflective of where the offering is being done. Is RC allowed to buy from the offering? That would be shady. He's allowed to buy the stock, but he would probably wait until after earnings. Ooh, Vol's going up, and IWM just tanked super hard. That's what I want to see. Hey, my shitty IWM puts might print. I didn't say 3.5 billion wasn't enough to do anything relevant. I said 1 billion wasn't enough to do anything relevant. And I just got done saying that they now have enough cash on hand to actually do something. I'm saying that. You're wrong. It's not like they need to buy out Best Buy or something, right? Time to buy the dip. Yeah, they don't want to lose. Well, vol starts to go up under 60, goes up more under 50. So Vega risk, and at least in the short term here, is fairly high at both the 60 and the 50 strike. But these bouts of de-risking aren't net bullish, right? They should buy GOG, Sirius, rebrand. It just, I mean, that's just, GOG may not be for sale, right? Like Valve definitely isn't, and they don't have enough money to buy it. Do you know an estimate of how many contracts are dumped? Like 5K, 10K? I mean, there's probably not that kind of volume on SPX. Maybe futures. You can look at futures and see how many are dumped. Maybe like 10K. Kind of still dumping, but yeah, some of that's supportive, so. This is the 5368.25 test, which is one of the support levels here on futures. A loss of this level, though, we could see another retest at 5350 or back below 5350. I think we got a 53.30 test on ES earlier today. Isn't Gabe Newell also a raging libertarian? That's why he won't let anybody buy him out. He has his own little personal monopoly and he'll never give it up. Doing to completely digital marketplace is going to cost way more than 3.5 billion, and that's where the future of gaming is. Digital. Why gaming? I mean, seriously. I'm not bullish on GME as a company right now, right? All of the reservations that DFV mentioned are the exact reservations I've expressed, right? But at the same time, like $3.5 billion is enough to do whatever fucking company they want to open, right? Whatever business plan someone pitches, they can just fund it. I don't think GME should. I mean, because of the lack of guidance from leadership and the lack of growth opportunities, I don't think that there's any reason that GME should carry a multiple. Not right now. That's what they do. That's what they've done with the money so far, is they just buy treasuries with it. Which is fine. I mean, it's risk-free interest, right? With no state tax. It's not something I want to invest in because I can buy my own treasuries, but it's theoretically they could buy Dave & Buster's. Oh, so they can take on even more of a useless retail lease burden than they currently have. At the top of that second shoulder, didn't break 53, but it could, right? Vol's still turning up. a slip under 53.47, and this can get this drop can continue. So it's not a V until you get a V, right? RC wants Chewy back. Why? It's still not profitable. You can't buy Nintendo. Nintendo is $56 a share. Like 56.24, 947.65 million shares. It's like $53 billion. Very close to that critical test at 47. This is where it matters. If we slip that, we can go back to 30. And breadth is still not supporting this move down, right? Dow's down 8 points. RSP's down 28 points. Dispersion's starting to break apart because yields are going up, right? So 3-month dispersion is turning around off of its low. 1-month dispersion's turning around. Correlation. IWM has a lot of support at 200. How was the RK stream? It was good to see him back. That was kind of cool. I've never liked Newegg as a purchase. Their financials are super fucked up and shady, and routed through a whole bunch of different countries. I don't think so. I can't see the diligence being complete enough on it in order to move forward with any kind of merger or acquisition. Cutting costs to build positive. Here's the problem, though, right? Is that it's like trying to, you're amputating the arm to stop the bleeding. That's the problem with the current approach, and that's one of the reasons institutional investors aren't holding a higher valuation or higher multiples for GME. Micro Center, but why buy it when they could just copy the model? I do think Micro Center is a good model. I think PC gaming's on the rise, and I think PC gaming has a lot of physical, expensive merchandise that's worth selling. Yeah, but that arm, like, the arm does work. It's just ineffective, right? But you still only have one arm afterwards. So, you know, when you're cutting off stores, even if those stores aren't high earners, right? You're still cutting back revenue potential. I would say most of GME's stores probably only make money largely during the holiday season, right? And when you know, say the next holiday season rolls around, as we just saw with Q4 earnings, and you've cut 150 stores, you know, you've reduced your footprint significantly and your exposure to those revenues, right? So yes, you're saving money, but you're missing out on those gains, right? And that revenue stream moving forward. And so, you know, that's why, like, cutting costs is not bullish. Now, if he had proposed something to replace those revenue streams and been transparent with shareholders, yeah, obviously, because the future potential of whatever endeavor could be priced in. Ooh, losing 53.47. Get another spike in VIX if we keep going. See, not everything V's immediately. Sometimes it takes a couple minutes. Man, I actually have a lot of exposure to IWM right now. Nice. We tested Gamma Max and failed twice now, which I don't particularly like, but we are holding 50 or 27.50. I really need to clean up my GME chart. 3 years of scribble. I'm not looking at that Sahib. Enphase is just falling off a cliff. Yeah. Hmm. Oh, okay. There's support there. Interesting. There's your V. Yeah, the SPX contracts are ridiculously overpriced today. This charm negative, it's probably at about even right now. Yeah, it's slightly, just a little bit negative still. It's still pushing the bid higher on GME here a little bit. Is that gonna reverse? Stopped out. That was the fill. Oh, shitty. Yeah, these I don't have to sell. I'll just hang on to them. Oh, I forgot. Stock settle in T1. Discord audio is on. Or did it disconnect me? Son of a bitch. Sorry. I don't think Rut's on here. I don't think they have Rut on here. IWM's probably going to bounce back to where Charm's positive. It's 230. 201's 46 cents. Yeah, TOS. IBKR has it too. Do ES options trade until 4 p.m. or 5 p.m.? I couldn't find an answer online. ES option, like options on futures. I think they cut off at 4, right? I think they cash settle out at 4. To make sure I'm right. Depends which ones, but ES. So ES weeklies settle at 4 p.m. Yeah, it's 3 p.m. Central Time, but ES quarterlies are AM settlement, so 8:30 a.m. 9:30 Central Time, and I think that's ubiquitous. Yeah, so weeklies and end of month both settle at 4 p.m. and then quarterlies settle in the AM expiration. Across all the like NQES, all the SIBO products. Yeah. Like super smart finally NTRS and just pile into E-Trade. Well, maybe not E-Trade. I don't know if I did Surface Smurf. I can sell a 128cc for $200 for a 2-week expiration. I believe so. Let's see, 14 DTE. Yeah. Do US options trade until 4? Oh, he was like removing the banner from the E-Trade website. What was your best trade, Nikolai? SPY ends at 415, yeah. SPY and QQQ both trade into after hours. How worried were you when DFV mentioned other streamers? Did you clench? It felt directed, and I was slightly worried that someone would like say something in his chat and he would read it, and then suddenly refer hundreds of thousands of morons to my stream. Which would make me very unhappy. Do you like pickles, DFV? Yeah, I like pickles. I'm not gonna sell out the company that will one day hire me for free. Sit rep on SPX? Really? Charm's still negative here. We got to break above like 50, 55 now, I think, to get Charm to flip over to positive. If we do, well, maybe it's a little positive. We're like right on the cusp. If we do, we could get another run back up, maybe like test 60, 65. If we fail here though, easily back to like 40 or 30. Wait, what? What about RK's YouTube? I sold the $40 calls yesterday. They were just like weeklies. I had sold puts this morning, but I got out of them. That one was close. Those were at 35. I don't see anything live on DFV's channel. People are just watching the fucking replay. There's gonna be some super stalker like trying to zoom in on his the fucking like console on his Chrome looking for secret hints. You joke, but they will do that. I know they will. Moving over 30 matters. I don't know if closing above 30 matters that much. IV's pricing up, which is what's really important. What did DFV threaten to delete on Chrome? The E-Trade banner on their website? He did delete it at one point. It's just like on E-Trade's website on their banner that says like over here it says like E-Trade. And he deleted that. Veiled threat to take his money out of there. Yeah. So we're breaking up. We can test like 60, 65 on that. Fill the gap, 66. Remember, short vol really wants this above 60. Is there anything bullish these past few days? There was like a little bit of weaker labor data. That wasn't completely bearish. But then that got kind of wiped out today by the NFP. So, and financial conditions are just tightening right back up again. I mean, but short vol positioning wise, like ignore the macro, positionally, short vol is extremely overextended on this move higher, right? Because they've had to push price into a range where calls are basically entirely sold, and in order to do that, they leveraged up puts all the way from 5,300 to like 5,360, right? So they've been selling the fuck out of every like at the money put all the way up, and a lot of those expire today. So they really want to keep it above this like 5,350 level into close today so that those options just fall off the chain worthless, right? That still leaves them in the position going into Monday where all of these calls are fucking sold. And it doesn't appear that the short calls are squeezing off. Like there's been a little bit of turnover in them, but the majority of the sold call positioning here has a lot of theta. And it's going to probably continue to present pretty strong resistance through this range. So from like 5,315 out to like 5,400. It could drive some downside next week. Although we have the Fed meeting, right, on Wednesday and CPI. So we probably get some stability in the early part of the week, and then maybe like some bearishness into the end. Like Wednesday, Thursday. You think GME was selling their shares today? Yeah, I do. You know what I'm happy he didn't say? Was he didn't say anything about a fucking short squeeze or MOASS or any of that. Right? Just, I I think the leadership can do something with all the money they've got. Maybe it'll turn around, but it's still very high risk, right? That's fair. I can't disagree with that, right? I don't like the leadership, but it's fine to have different opinions. But no MOASS, no bullshit, no DRS, right? Like, so, at least he didn't. I mean, the super stonkers will take that to mean that they're being fed, right? But fortunately, he didn't make anything worse, right? I hate people with different opinions. That's excessive. Yeah, no problem, Nans. I hate people who are bullish on macro. I don't hate people that are bullish on the macro. It's just that they don't ever have like a real bull case, right? They're just like, well, if you don't look at this bad data, everything's great. That's what I hate about macro bulls, right? Is they're just lying in order to satisfy their narrative. If they had like something defensible, right? Like a real conclusive data, then sure. But every single part of the defensible bull thesis has fallen apart over the last 6 months, and yet we're still trading at all-time highs. Which, if you were really an analyst, right, or you really had to manage a fund, you would care very much about that. It'd be nice if they could also articulate that bull thesis on live TV. They do. They say things like, if you look at the last 14 months of inflation, it's down. But if you look at the last 12 months of inflation, it's up. If you look at the last 6, it's up. If you look at the last 4, it's up, right? Hawkish cut. That one was pretty good. That was some funny shit. Any 1 hour to expiry plays? I'm already long 8 contracts of GME at 40. $10. Figure someone's gonna want to resolve all that ARB before the weekend. Maybe they won't. But it could be fun if they do. I can show you terrible data for every decade since the 50s. A lot of those decades had some very terrible economic periods. The end of the 60s into the 70s. The end of the 70s into the 80s. The early 90s. The early 2000s. I mean, there were actual terrible financial conditions during those times. So what does that mean? I can like obfuscate a bunch of data and make anything look good too. Been a while day. Way all day. Was the RK stream a nothing burger? I mean, not a lot was said, but I don't think like a lot was allowed to be said, right? Right now there is a spread between the value of GME on the NYSE and GME on other exchanges. And someone is going to want to close that spread because it is free money. So that's what I mean by there is unresolved arbitrage. What were your thoughts yesterday when Jimmy was trying to push 70 after hours? I wrote them last night. I said 70 looked like it would be tough to break. And I said yesterday that Cohen should sell shares, and he did. I was a shill then, right now. This is the market. Thanks, Pie Guy. Oh, here. You guys can have some of these. Is that Pigeon Whale membership? No. It's $5 off Pigeon Whale membership. He did not speak about the offering all that much, which was a bit telling. Maybe he's still upset, but as long as long-term investor, it's not really bad. Yeah, I mean, I'd be pretty upset if I lost $250 million, right? I thought he would talk about cycles or why he YOLO'd so hard this time. You guys remember defer packs? You know what? Hold on. See if I can find this.
That's too long ago. Hold on. Hmm. I don't remember which video was the Deferpex video. Oh, it was this. Yeah, hold on. I can play my own fucking shit on my stream. Is really annoying because you kind of have one deferral there. So I guess where to start? So last night I was kind of digging into. I was trying to kind of like break down the trades that would occur for OPEX to happen via our theory and how that would apply to various deferrals through FINRA over. And I mean, this part of the year particularly is really annoying because you kind of have one deferral that runs into the next deferral that runs into the next deferral that runs into the next deferral, right? As we move from like Thanksgiving through Christmas and then the New Year. And so, you know, there's a lot of opportunity for different parts of the settlement process to land in these windows and then get deferred out, right? And so I was wondering if we could find not only historical evidence of that occurring, but, you know, historical evidence that fit within the framework of FINRA's regulations. And basically, the way the trade would break down is that, you know, you have your APs and then they return cash to the ETFs. And then the ETFs rebalance and spend the cash buying equity in the markets, right? So the ETFs go out into the markets and they buy the equity. This appears very simple and straightforward. It's because for the most part it is, except this is actually 3 separate transactions, right? The AP is settling cash with an intermediary, and then you have a rebalance period that's a separate transaction where the ETF then deploys its capital in the markets, right? And I still contend that AP's cash settled on November 18th. This is when we saw XRT removed from Reg Show. What the fuck was that? Ceased. Some of the ETFs rebalanced in this period, which gave GME a little bit of liquidity. It wasn't a lot. It was only like 2.27 million shares sold, but a little bit up into the December 16th expiration, right? And then since December 16th, this is from end of 2022. We've seen APs, well, let's say short volatility funds, move their positioning from synthetic short to long volatility, right? Now, these positions profit on volatility to the downside as well, which we have seen some of. And what's interesting about that is that, you know, they're shorting generally very hard every day. They're causing large fluctuations in price on the intraday, but they're not building up any new liquidity. They're basically just recycling the same liquidity every day, but instead of using it to churn volatility down like we see pre-OPEX runs, we're seeing them use it to churn volatility up, right? And so we're seeing hard shorts into the beginning of the day that are covered into the end of the day or covered into closing settlement. Now, yesterday we saw the shorts that they deployed in the early part of the day covered intraday. This doesn't happen every time, but it does when we see the rise into close, it does. The rest of the time, we're seeing those shorts covered at the closing auction, which means that the purchasing from those short covering is being internalized. And we're getting those really big prints of like, 1.5, 1.6 million shares at market close. You guys saw these over the last couple of weeks. And we can see that in the liquidity data, right? And if you look here at GME, and I pull this down to the 2 hour, and you look at this period of time from, where they got that liquidity back going into. So here's the return of liquidity from the ETF sales. We see some liquidity returned up into the December 12th period right here. And then we see liquidity start to dry up again, right? But what we're really seeing is we're seeing the same, overall the trend is, less liquid, but we're seeing the same liquidity traded every day back and forth. And the net effect is it driving the price down, right? Because we don't have as much buy pressure as we have short pressure. The market makers got a negative gamma hedge. So they're hedging down into, all of the downside movements without hedging the upside movement. But if you look here, you can see liquidity generated in the pre-market, which is that immediately used to short. And then if the covering begins during market hours, we see the price go up into the end of the day. Something we saw earlier in the day yesterday, right? But not all days have that same effect. If we go back a little further, we have, some days like this where, the covering doesn't really begin until we hit after market hours, right? And that's where we're getting those big end of day block orders. So keeping all of that in mind, I was trying to find some historical evidence of, GME's previous deferrals. Now in 2021, we didn't really have any holiday deferrals around the OPEX periods, right? And there's a big shift there between 2021 and 2022. In 2022, we start to see some things we didn't really see in 2021, right? We see our OPEX periods offset and less reliable. And we also see rising cost to borrow into two of our OPEX periods, but interestingly, not the August one. We actually see cost to borrow drop after August. And so I was trying to look for causes. And if you look at the OPEX periods for 2022, we have a lot of holidays that fall in the OPEX settlement period that we didn't have the previous year because, the dates shift. And we also didn't have rising.
I'm just not
cost to
saying
borrow in
anything.
2021, right?
Discord
Cost
audio
to
is
borrow
fine.
Rose with the Jan 2021 sneeze or squeeze or whatever you want to call it. And then after that, cost to borrow on GME went down like to 1%, sub 1% for basically the rest of the year, all the way into March of 2022. Now, the only reason for them to ever go to the lending pool would be desperation. It presents no advantage over shorting through purely ETFs. ETFs have infinite liquidity. ETFs have very easily resolvable FTDs. You can open up multiple CNS pipelines. And most importantly, when you short through ETFs, there's no recall risk. There is no long counterparty that's going to sell off their shares and recall your short position, right? And what's kind of important about that is, this year they've had to turn to the lending pool, and the question is why. If this is such a well-developed and thought-out system. The only reason for them, I think, to turn to the lending pool is because, you know, their trades haven't settled with the ETFs, right? And they're stuck in a deferral the same as us, right? We see them positioning alongside us for long volatility, but that extra delay, that extra month or so that the deferral causes, leaves them without a secondary market for liquidity, and that forces them into the lending pool, which then raises the cost to borrow on GameStop, as we're seeing now, as we saw in May and March as well. I wanted to go back and look at, you know, a time period where we did have a lot of holidays during the deferral process. And so I went back to 2020, which was the last time, you know, we might have experienced some of these same deferrals. If we look at the deferrals from December 25, 2020, the Christmas ones, you can see that December 21st was delayed to January 13th. Now, we've always thought that this first initial spike on GameStop that led into January OPEX was due to reg show, right? Due to the large amount of failures occurring on GME at the time and its high fail to volume ratio. But I think maybe what we saw, and this is kind of a experimental take, but a fresh way to look at it, maybe. We maybe saw November and December OPEXs deferred out into the same covering period as January OPEX, giving us kind of like a bigger OPEX, like a compounded one. And as you see on January 13th per FINRA 4210, we run, right? We have a significant amount of price improvement that then leads to, you know, further price improvement over the coming days into, you know, the events of January 21st through 27th. But what's really important is if you look here at the liquidity on GameStop, and I think this might be an effect of the deferral process, we start to see GameStop go from illiquid, and we see it begin to return to mean, and then we see it become even more illiquid again. And then here on, you know, December 13th, we see it begin to run. And from December 13th through the end of the sneeze, GME's price action continues upwards. Now, if I go
Sanjit,
the current period,
holy shit, what's up, man?
Which is now our largest ETF, you can see that we moved from, you know, very illiquid. We're much more illiquid now than we were back then. Some liquidity is resolved, and then we're moving back to an illiquid state once again. The other compelling part of this is it lines up perfectly with the deferral periods from Thanksgiving. This lines up perfectly with the deferral periods from Thanksgiving and then Christmas. If you look at this, November 18th is deferred to December 12th. That's the first crossover. And then December 20th, right here, oh, that's the 21st, sorry, is deferred to January 12th. Now, this isn't a double stamping, right, as Popcorn Trader so eloquently put it earlier. These are two separate trades. So you have a November 18th settlement of the AP, and then you have an ETF rebalance. So that settles out on the 12th, right? The ETFs, you know, get their money or they have their cash in escrow in order to buy back into their NAV. But the ETFs don't have to rebalance until the week after OPEX during their dividend period and the S&P rebalance, right? But the ETFs get a deferral here. And so this is actually a separate trade, which is now potentially deferred to January 12th, which would be, you know, like right here. And so we're trying to corroborate the cost to borrow to see if, you know, these deferred OPEXs inherently lead to a rise in cost to borrow. But I would say that right now,
Sanjit's back, baby. Let's rip.
Volume and liquidity all support this theory.
Hold on, I'm gonna pause this because we need to We need to do something real quick. Things are fantastic in
Sanjeet's
Pickle
in the house,
Land.
Sanjeet from New Delhi. When GameStop moons, his friends will be jelly. The rest of his country is sleeping sound, but he blesses Pickle's channel because our profits abound. He turns on the stream without even looking, just to see what Chef Gherkin's got cooking. For him, it's a 2 a.m. power hour. Sanjeet's gonna make the short hedge funds cower.
Welcome back, Sanjeet.
DFV thing goes, DFV was an employee at Mass Mutual back in 2020, obviously before he quit his job, once becoming a multimillionaire. But DFV was in a unique position to have access to the Rex deferral system. And so I thought, what would be really interesting is after noticing this, I wonder if DFV made any kind of indication at the time about the deferral process from December OPEX to early January. And in a stroke of pure tinfoil and imagination, I found that on January 13th, which it would have been the settlement day for FINRA's deferral in 2020, DFV retweeted the same tweet that his own tweet from the December OPEX T+2 period, which is really fucking compelling. He would have had access to the Rex codes and he would have seen the deferral potentially in the system. So maybe not a time traveler, but maybe a slightly more informed investor. That's about it. That's what I got for you guys. How it's gonna play out, time will tell.
Go back on his Twitter and look at his tweet from the December settlement, and then his tweet from I actually wrote a DD on that, I think, as well at one point. I don't think anyone read it, but I did write one. Maybe. Oh god, I'll never find it. It was called like defer packs. And so the only reason I bring this up, and the reason I think it matters now is that something really interesting about the May settlement period is that there was a holiday on the April settlement, right? We had Good Friday. And there was so it was like we had Good Friday, or I'm sorry, on the March like ETF settlement, we had Good Friday, right, on March 29th. And then like Jan OPEX, Feb OPEX, and March OPEX all deferred out into May. Right? Because they kept overlapping. We had like a holiday on Jan 15th, right? And then we had a holiday in Feb, we had a holiday in March. end of March, like during the ETF FTD like settlement window. Which would put us at like a beginning of May run, right? The next ETF FTD settlement period after March would be beginning of May. And so I think what DFV did back in 2020 and what he did now was he's tracking the rollover of the obligations, and when enough holidays occur in the same period, the obligations build up to a point where you get a big huge run. And we even saw this end of 2021 into 2022, right, with the holidays in December and January and February, right? And then we got that massive fucking run in March, right? MM's created Juneteenth. That's ridiculous. Right, and then we see it again this year, except even further out into the year, right? Because there were so many fucking holidays. So we ran in December, right? And then everything after December just kept getting deferred. Yeah, so that might give us a run in like August, right? It might not be as big as this one, but it might give us another run in August. Which would still mean that all that OPEC settlement would have to settle out into next week. But unless you have access to, like, if you have access, it's really hard to track all of that, right? Because you need to break down everything that happens on GME into all its individual trades and see which parts of the trades are being deferred and which parts of the trade are not falling into deferral windows. And like, if everything falls into a deferral window, then everything gets pushed out and the whole cycle has to be realized before a big run can happen. Which may be what we're seeing here with this next ETF settlement period, right? Because we had like the May 27th holiday on Memorial Day. And so it may be that like we get another run on GME before June 19th, right? But if you have the Rex codes like from FINRA, if you can just look on FINRA's, you can see where all of those trades are being moved and rolled out to, right? This is real time Glorp. And so I think that's what DFV played, right? Was he saw all of those obligations getting deferred and rolled over and deferred and rolled over. And that's why I think he bought such short-dated options right there around that Jan 13th window back in 2020, right? Like, those were his only short-dated options. And he did that again for this run, right? I don't want you to lose your job, Poopy. Do other hedgies know this? I mean, someone does, right? I mean, whoever's involved in the trades knows. They know to sell metric like billions of dollars in short puts before anything's covered, right? So yeah, I would say the hedgies know. If you think it's all retail buying the options, no. But you know, when I made that video, which was, you know, back in December of 2022, right? We then had like that defer pex period in January, which was our largest run of that year, right? Not only of that year, but our largest run of like the prior 6 months to that as well. it was slow and weird, and the options chain was dead, right? And then we got kind of like a period where GME had a lot of price resiliency, like all the way out until June. And then it died. But we had like a 60% run during like that deferpex period. Then we had another 70% run from the low, and then like we peaked in June at a 78% high. And then after that, once all of the obligations were cleared out and everything was back to normal, they shorted us down to like fucking $11. Then we ran a little bit in Jan, and then they shorted us down to 10. And then we got this. We got the current price action, right? Rentec bought GME a couple of times before it ran. Yeah. Notably, Freg's Day, August 2021 run, and the March 2022 run. And this one. This most recent one. So Rentec is at least somewhat aware of it, right? So there's at least one hedge fund that's getting exposure to these. Because there should be one more leg, right? There should be one more covering period with the OPEX. Like going into the OPEX. As the rest of last month's OPEX is settled out. So yeah, I mean, one would think that if he is privy to that and that is his thesis, he would not sell his options. He would wait for the biggest part of the run. I'm not going to get myself wrapped back up in this. Never mind. Pigeon Whale chat now? I already saw that. Also, I'm getting sick. I laughed when you first showed it to me. Cheers for you deciding when to stop explaining things that we'll never understand. What's so hard to understand about it? You have trades, holidays, defer them, right? We need settlement on GME for these volatility runs that happen, right? Those settlements can those settlements can be pushed out to the point where they compound, and you have a big settlement all at once. Because short vols never stop shorting vol on GME. Ever. They'll never stop. As long as retail's willing to do what they did over the last 2 weeks, this is still a fucking money printer for short vol funds. And as long as they keep doing that and requiring access to synthetic liquidity, then, you know, some element of cycles will continue to perpetuate. And that has nothing to do with the company, right? It simply has to do with the options chain and the sentiment around GME. Bull's about to take this to 43.75. They want to the short vol wants to close above 53.60. The market maker, however, would very much like this back at 53.40. Well, it's not that it's the beginning, it's that there should be one more leg of this run, right? Because remember what I said in the beginning of that video, there's 3 trades. Right? You have the AP with the cash to the intermediary, and then from the intermediary to the ETF to the underlying. Right? So AP pays out the cash, that goes to an intermediary where it's stored. Then the cash goes to the ETF. Then the ETF goes and buys the underlying. And if that's true, right, then the third leg of the upside move, where the ETF buys into the underlying stock, should be the most dramatic of the 3. No, DFV, it's only 12 million shares. You're talking about hundreds and hundreds of millions of synthetic shares being cash settled versus, you know, DFV's 12 million shares. He's in for the ride, right? But he's not. It's not like. That's not a big deal. It's easy to settle out 12 million shares, right? We've traded fucking like 100 million volume a day for like weeks now. Well, you can look at the FINRA holiday deferrals, right? And so if you go like so margin extension schedules for FINRA for 2024. Right, we go and hold on, I gotta find. All right, so we've got Good Friday, which was 329, and that settles on from 4-1 to 4-4. Then Memorial Day settles between 5-2 or 528 to 531, right? So you go from the 20. Here, hold on. So all 3 trades, right? So the first one, we have Good Friday between 4-1 and 4-4, which was back here. 4-1, 4-4. There's nothing on that. Or wait, maybe 20. So President's Day, 20 to 23. Okay, so here, President's Day is right here, 20 to 20. Well, it's not 23 because it'd be the next day. So 20. Yeah, so 20 to 25 is the next business day. And then 4-1 to 4-4. And then 5/28 to 5/31. Oh wait. 5/28 to 5/31. $5.28, $5.31, and then the next one is 5/20 to 24. But I need. There's one thing I'm missing here. Hold on. Schedule. Only margin extensions. Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, that's weird. This is wrong. Sorry. Do they not give the SEA extensions anymore? The 2020 yeah, so if you look, like, this is the 2023 holiday margin schedule that we used to, like, figure out like how deferpex works, right? Because it's this rule 420, right? 4210. This is where the settlement occurs, right? It's like like prior to the following month's OPEX. But if you look at the 2024, they don't give us that. T trade plus 4. Hold on. Reg T trade date plus 4 dates prior to May 28th. Okay. Oh. Prior to May 28th, 24. Trade date plus 3 days otherwise. So this would be 5/31 plus 3 days, which is 1, 2, 3. But there you go. And it'd be 5/28 plus 3 days. 1, 2, 3. Or no, it'd be 528 plus 4 days. Right? Because it's before May 24th. Prior to May 28th. Plus 3 business days otherwise. Okay, so 4, and then 1, 2, 3. Yep, there you go. So they changed the 4210 settlement this year. But then if you go back, right, and you look at like Good Friday. See, that's still not the 13-day. Jobs amendments relating. I gotta see what they changed in the rules for this year. Regulatory notice 15C3-3 extension request T1 settlement cycles transactions margin under FINRA rule 4210. All right, I'm gonna have to dig through. I'm gonna have to dig through these changes to 4210. D1 through D4. Oh, they changed a bunch of shit. Okay, yeah, so I'll have to dig through that. I think it still lines up, but I gotta make sure that I want to make sure that I'm right. So yeah, let me dig through that. It'll probably take a little while because I don't care that much. Why would that make next week the most impactful for price improvement? So if that's correct and 4210 still lines up roughly the same way it did, the next leg of the trade would be the ETF settlement of the. So once that cash goes to the ETF then goes back out to the index that they track, and they buy up all of the shares they need to rebalance their margins. Right? That's the final step of that 3-part trade. And that's the step where GME gets bought, like a lot. Usually, without any holiday deferrals, that falls on OPEX, right? That's whenever, like, if nothing gets deferred, everything just settles out on OPEX. If you did want to play, I mean, it's so speculative though, right? Like, we don't have access to Rex codes. So, like, it's not even something I would play, right? It's just something that's kind of cool to think about. As I sit here and make brown, I wanted to share a secret. I'm not married and have no kids. My grandma makes me walk her cats every day so I can stay in her basement. Please forgive my lies. Oh no. I refuse to believe it, Kendra. You're as far as I'm concerned, you're still I'm a bad man. I'm not ready for this. All right. Did you miss some Ko-Fis? I don't know, did I? We all know we're playing this, but it's just like a wild theory with no proof, right? Just because shit lines up on a date doesn't mean that's real, right? It would just explain why DFV only 2 times in his entire time trading has bought short-dated options. And one of those was Jan 13, 2021, right? And the other was now. Right? Yeah, remember those Jan 15 expiry leaps he had? June's a leap expiry too. Oh, I don't fucking remember which Rex code it is. You dig through the Discord. I looked it all up like a year ago. Or a year and a half ago. I had to watch that video just to remind myself the whole thing. Because that video was from like 2022. Do you remember the defer packs thing? GME to the moon? Full port on theory. Let's go. Yeah, just rewind. I went through the whole thing. But I have to look up, there's changes to 4210, so pinpointing the exact date they have to cover would be harder because I don't really know what that is anymore. It should be roughly the same, but T+1 changed and 4210 also changed. The strength and love you give me is what helps me stay regular with my park links. I'm glad to hear that, Kendra. And I'm sorry that you live in your grandmother's basement. What about your fence and your hot wife and your leather daddy room? Those are real, right? I just know a whole load of retail investors are about to lose money on GME. That already happened. The fence was just a lie. I was really walking cats. Oh no. Started as no packs. Well, yeah, because we couldn't figure out why we weren't running some months, right? Like 2021 was amazing. All the OPEXs happened when we wanted them to, and then it started to fall apart in 2022, and we're like, what the fuck is going on? And we couldn't figure out why. And then that's when we started to look into the settlement deferments, right? Because we were like, oh, there's fucking holidays here. Maybe these holidays are interrupting the process of settlement, right? Do you expect SPX 5400 next week? I mean, not unless JPOW literally chops his cock off on the stand and just tosses it to Yellen. Balls. Yeah, balls. So it's possible. Yeah. I think that's a realistic outcome for the FOMC meeting. What would he have to do? He just needs to stay the bottom rung of the SEP, right? You just need that one fucking dickhead at the bottom of the economic projections that's like, we're gonna cut 9 times. And I think that person is JPOW. He's a dove in Hawk's clothing. Unless he has hawkish cuts, that's bullshit, alright? So you're thinking there might be a run over the next 2 weeks. I think it would be next week, prior to OPEX. Well, that's, I guess it would be Juneteenth. Yeah, I'm still not sure about that. It could be like 2 weeks. Maybe that's why DFV bought in the money, though, in case he has to roll. Well, Juneteenth is the next extension, right? So what would settle on the 14th, which would be next Friday, would instead settle on the 20th, the 21st, and the 24th. That makes perfect sense. DFE knows, and that theory is legit. Juneteenth is a Wednesday. Yeah. But it still defers settlement from the prior Friday out through the following Thursday. So the dates affected by the Juneteenth holiday are the 3 days prior to Juneteenth. So in regard terms, DFE figured out the path of Halley's Comet and then the SAC to put boatloads of money into it. Possibly, yeah. Which would make a lot more sense than all the other fucking theories. What if we've been looking at this wrong and the whole time? It's not linear movement, but instead of frequency that changes with the sound a cat makes when in heat. We could plot that. I already have my straddle. I picked it up at 60, which I'll probably regret, but... It was 10 minutes gonna be enough time for them to fix the ARB. Not with Luddle. That's true. Yeah. Short vol's gonna win the day. Short vol MM. Actually, short vol wants it up here. Although above 50 is still really good. GME Ivy popping a bit into close. Yeah, but not enough. Let me get my 20 bucks back. Hey. My 15-minute to extra is betting on short vol. I don't know. We're below 50, so I would probably put my bets on the MM winning. But I kind of don't want to play this one because it could swing either way. Look at that. I guess the MM would be okay here. If we look out into Monday's expiration. If I would have bought puts every time I got hype and bought calls, I would be rich. $40.55 strangle end of day. I think an argument could be made for having a straddle, but I think we could also just close at 50. Like, enough of the short vol risk is off the table at 50 that it probably would be fine. Like, they kind of just would end up in a middle ground there. Like, both of them win, but neither won a lot. Where did GME Arb go? A mystery. It's still unresolved. It's still super fucking blown out. Big, huge spreads. This isn't the first time that ARB didn't resolve quickly. No, it's not. ARB had a lot of trouble resolving on the downside of the run in May as well. It really never like fully resolved. It stayed pretty fucked up all the way through this run. Where, you know, we got a bunch more. No, that's not. Well, it's not mine, but it's I've done some tuning to it. So it's like regional price variance. P. Phil, welcome to Pigeon Whale, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Thanks for something. I'll be deleting this as is customary. No problem. Guy, his name I didn't have time to read.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket.
Oh, your ears will be fine, Alan.
He's gotta be a shill 'cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head.
Anyway, so yeah, that's
The highest class of society.
a possibility. I mean, it would explain why DFV is still holding. Is it normal if I wipe with my left but shake with my right? Only if you're doing them at the same time. Who's coughing? I mentioned in the Discord, but it's so rich to see all the options talk in SS now. Also, why does Gil keep all his shares in the broker instead of DRS? Yep. It's pretty fucking awesome. I hate you, that is all. I know Rims and Tims. I hope one day you find love so I can steal it from you again. I did. I just read your Ko-Fi. It didn't pop up on the stream, though. I don't know why. I might need to reset the little guy here. There. That might be fixed now. I hope. No, you can't pay to get Rex codes. You'd have to be a FINRA member. You'd have to know the right accounts to track, and you'd have to probably be watching them for some time to see who's filing what, right? Because I rejected it? Oh, shit. Ooh, woo, splash me with your doo-doo. Also, please read my science soon. It cures Asian rosacea. Oh, yeah, I will try to read that this weekend, I promise. Whipping with your bare hand, wiping with your bare hand is underrated. No, it's not. It's been rated perfectly. Rex codes sound like recodes. Fully expecting a filing for the completion of the At the Money in about 8 minutes. Possibly. Ding ding. The day is done. Looks like market makers kind of win. Those 5350s closing out of the money, so. Ouch. All right, so GME today. You know, we're still getting covering. We are liquid. We are very liquid, but we have not started to see any actual shorting yet, which is worrisome given the decline in price. If we go down to the shorter time scales, we might be starting to see, yeah, see, this is kind of turning around. So we haven't gotten a lot of shorting yet, but we are getting some. And if they do come in, they will have plenty of liquidity with which to short. It is currently just as ample as it was on the other high back in May. Maybe even a little bit more liquid. Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit more liquid because the share offering, but what we do have is a ton of liquidity in XRT. So I would say that XRT is settled out, but like maybe IJR isn't yet, which would be interesting. Also, I guess there's a question of if GME is moving to the Russell 2000, which I do believe we get an update on today. There is still some ARB with the foreign exchanges that's unresolved. You know, a signal that it's been kind of it's dropped a little too much. Somebody's going to want to resolve that arbitrage. The resolution of that arbitrage could drive positive price action. Could also drive negative price action. So we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, I'll look into the Rule 4210 over the weekend and see if I can kind of track down where that next like Juneteenth settlement would fall, and see if DFV bought the right calls. I wonder if he knows that the settlement for that changed with the T+1 update. I'm sure he does, but I wonder if he does. Anyway, SPX kind of just closing pretty fucking flat again. A little red on the day, but far above the open for the week, right? So we do have a higher high on the weekly. The little bit of weakness we're seeing here into the back half of the week, it doesn't give me a lot of confidence that next week's going to be super bearish, but we might move down to with the short vol at 5350, 25, and 5300 closing today. That might open up some range like Monday to fall back into like the 5300, 5325 range, where the short calls would very much like to push price. So I do think there's a potential for kind of a weak Monday, especially with yields rising so hard today and Dixie turning up. But I think if we do fall, we're very likely to stabilize in that range or to the high end of that range, like 52.25, 52.30, or 53.25, 53.30 into CPI and FOMC. Getting a little bit of topping out here on ES. Seems that 53.68 is a very solid resistance, and there is some open range below us down to like 53.33 or even back to 5300. And as we approach expiration, that's going to kind of match up with SPX with the futures expiration being in the next 2 weeks. Broad commodities today down 1.63%. A little bit of a loss in oil, big losses in metals. We see a big decline in gold, silver, copper. We're seeing declines in wheat. So just commodities across the board getting hammered. We got another gap down here. Currency risk might pick up again next week, or we might see commodities surge again as we approach the Fed decision, but I think also especially the BOJ decision, which is a little bit further out. Dollar up, yields up quite a lot today. A big shift in not only the like the bull flattening we were getting is now moving back into like the bull or the bear bull steepener, right? God, I hate those words. Basically we're getting more inverted again, right? The curve is inverting more. Correlation on the 3-month turned around today, so we're seeing a little bit of the short vol de-risk on the 3-month and a little bit of dispersion breakdown 90 days out. However, the 30-day out window, it actually picked up. So we're seeing some shift from longer dated dispersion from 90 days down to 30 days, right? Which could be another indication that short vol is seeking an exit, right? Especially if we start to see, and this is something we saw in the last drop a little bit too, but if we start to see correlation on the 3-month really break down, but correlation on the 1-month is still staying fairly elevated, that could be a sign that they're rolling their contracts forward, right? Instead of rolling out, rolling closer to expiration, which could be, an attempt at exiting those positions. USD JPY skyrocketed today alongside the dollar. The synthetic swap that we mimic here picked up quite a bit of leverage, about 20%, 24%, and we see that correlating strongly with the inversion in the yield curve steepening there. And however, short vol stayed strong throughout the day, and we don't see the forward convexity yield of volatility moving up, right? In fact, it moved down, which is not how those are generally correlated. Usually they're positively correlated. So that's something interesting to note. It means that short vol is kind of trying to fight back against the bond market. They probably can't do that for very long, but they might be able to do it till next Wednesday. Bond volatility has been picking up. This should reverse that a little bit, right? But it is still definitely elevated from where it was just at the beginning of this week. And the big drop in bond value or yield, the big increase in yields today, should kind of slow the momentum down there a little. So I would expect, this is yesterday's print on Move, I would expect it came down today. Skew's been dropping, right? And as skew drops, that means more and more participants are picking up those tail risk hedges. And there's more uncertainty in the market, right? At the very top of skew, there's a lot of certainty that nothing will go wrong, which leaves the market exposed to very large potential downside moves, because everyone's kind of overcrowded into short vol. And this kind of indicates that people are getting out of that short volatility, and maybe into the call side of volatility, right? Like they're selling calls versus selling puts. And depending on the moneyness of those, that can affect the skew index in different ways. 39.76% of the S&P over its 20-day moving average. That might tune down a little bit when it prints at 415. And to wrap up the week, yet another day of slightly more positive correlation between cash VIX and VIX futures. Now, I did say this before, part of this is us moving into the expiration, where the spread between VIX futures and cash VIX kind of coalesces, and they come together. But some of this could also be that, there is more demand for long volatility, and that's bringing both the contract in front and cash VIX more in line with each other. The last thing, we almost priced out all of that extra half a rate cut today, despite having no effect on equity indexes, or not much of one. Half a rate cut is just almost completely wiped out, and we could see the whole thing wiped out depending on the summary of economic projections next week, and we could see rate cut expectations move back to zero, or maybe even below zero, right? Which is something we haven't seen really since October, November of 2022. But it is possible. More and more stagflationary data that we get that indicates a move to stagflation, the less and less likely it will become that the Fed will be able to cut rates at all. That's part of the problem with stagflation, is that the general monetary tools used to defeat inflation, or the monetary tools used to stimulate the economy, both become ineffective simultaneously, making the Fed the cuck that they have actually been for the last 3 years, but more forced into that position, right? Because in stagflation, If you cut rates, you raise inflation and you don't stimulate the economy. Right? And if you raise rates, you kill the economy while trying to attack inflation. And so there's really no way out of it. You need natural growth in the system to push the economy out of a situation like that, or austerity. And the US will never do that. We'd fail as a country first. So yeah, we're gonna need some actual growth that's not stimulated by the government, and stagflation in and of itself, as it becomes more and more official, absolutely increases our risk for a debt downgrade. And if we do get a debt downgrade, all of that tightening will be done by the bond market, regardless of the Fed's opinion on monetary policy. Subgrowth, been around since your second stream. I just wanted to say this week has been a lot of fun. Lots of nostalgia today. You've done so much for all of us, and I want to say how much I have appreciated it. Cheers, dude. Thanks, Tim. I appreciate that, man. And, you know, I'm glad you're able to watch the stream again, or at least the Sunday stream, without it biasing your SPX positions. But I appreciate it, man. Thanks. No debt downgrade. What? Why? Oh, because you're still inking your deal? The bond market's not going to wait for you, Popcorn. Even if it means Colonel won't have a stay-at-home dad. I've done the best I could. What happens to the stag if I cover my eyes? Disappears. Ask JPAL. He's good at that. All right, thank you guys so much. I'll have the weekend stream Sunday, 12:30 p.m. And I will see all of you, the rest of you, on Monday. Pickles Picks will be out Sunday night as usual. Everything should be the same. I hope everybody has a great weekend. I hope you guys made a bunch of money off GME or just stayed away from it. And I will see you guys later. Bye.